Yes, okay. You can place yourself on record from where you are if your mic is working. If it's not working, they will sanitize the podium.
As per the hearing, I'm Mr. Denga, appearing on behalf of Dan Mantsha.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mantsha. Mr. Mantsha, I'd like to pick up on the point where we...
Hang on, Mr. Mantsha, are you going to prefer to have your mask on today? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantsha, we were dealing last time with the situation concerning the termination of employment of the then Group CEO, Mr. Saluji, the Group CFO, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mshlontlo, and the Company Secretary, Ms. Africa. And you recall we started dealing with the process that was followed in that regard. And we were looking specifically at the steps that were taken in relation to the disciplinary inquiry that they had been told they would be facing. And we were exploring why it took so long, and ultimately it never took place at all, because the termination of employment was then done by settlement. Now, Mr. Mantsha, I'd like you please just to confirm you have before you a bundle. Hopefully what you have in front of you is Exhibit W4B. Do you have that?
I do, Chairperson.
Thank you. And we looked at part of the annexes to Mr. Saluji's statement last time. I'd like to take you, please, to bundle this bundle, and it's got different page numbering system than some of the other bundles. So it's just bear in mind in this file we have to look at the numbers on the top right-hand corner. And I'd like you, please, to turn to page RS 405.
Page?
RS 405. When I'm dealing with this bundle, I'm going to omit reference to it RS unless we run into difficulties. Right, do you have that? That's a letter from Zarina Walele, attorney.
I do, Chairperson.
And we looked at part of that letter on the last occasion. That's a letter from Ms. Walele, who at the time was acting as the attorney for Mr. Saluji, Mr. Mshlontlo, and Ms. Africa, correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
And it's dated the 18th of February 2016. Now, by this stage, Mr. Saluji, Mr. Mshlontlo, and Ms. Africa had been on suspension since September. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
And they had received a charge sheet, I think it was in December of 2016, and we dealt last time with the process in which that disciplinary inquiry was meant to proceed in January. Instead, it didn't proceed. Instead, a mediation process was attempted, and there was various correspondence between the attorneys. Cliff Decker Hofmeyer, to whom this letter is addressed, were acting at the time for Denel. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. Now, we really dealt, I believe, on the last occasion with the first part of the letter on page 405, where Ms. Walele referred to your appearing as chairperson of Denel before a select committee of Parliament, where you had made statements that, and she quotes there, these officials were in breach of the law and they failed to observe the legal requirements of the PFMA. You recall we dealt with that in your evidence last time.
I recall, Chairperson.
And you recall saying, yes, you said something along those lines in Parliament.
Chairperson, if I were to repeat myself again, I said I'm not going to take this statement because it is allegedly reported by the paper. And I told the Chairperson that parliamentary presentations are in a documentary form. So if that statement which I made from Parliament was to be quoted, then I would either agree or disagree. But I cannot comment on statements which are allegedly coming from the paper. And I then said to your Chairperson, I would be very conscious, as in terms of my own training, not to put the word alleged. Yeah, so that was my answer.
Right, thank you.
Can I take that to mean that you are saying you don't want to commit yourself as to whether you were correctly reported to say you had said this, but you say there would be some document somewhere which reflects what you said.
Indeed, Chairperson.
That's what you are
I'm
saying. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Now, what Ms. Walela says on the following page is that this is unfortunate because it indicates a view on your part and on the part of Denel that her clients, the 3 individuals, have already been found guilty before even having a hearing. What do you say to that? There was no response that we are aware of from Denel's correspondence to that letter to say, no, in fact, Mr. Mantsha didn't say that in Parliament, or to say, no, there's no decision already taken by Denel as to your guilt.
Chairperson, with respect, this letter is addressed to the then attorney of Denel at the time, whom I have no doubt was competent to deal with the matter. And I had no doubt that where necessary, he responded to correspondences. Okay. So
Just come closer to the mic so I can hear you.
thank you, Chairperson. All I'm saying is the letter was addressed to the then attorney of Denel, so not either to my board or to myself. So whether there was a reply or no reply is not a matter within my knowledge. And whether there's a complaint that these 3 employees were found guilty before the disciplinary hearing took place, listen, she was entitled to represent these people, and she was entitled to say whatever she said. But all I can say to you is, this was never brought to my board. It was not addressed to my board. So I'm not going to comment.
What she then says in her letter, and you may have the same answer to this, that's up to you whether you want to comment on this, but I believe fairness requires that I put it to you, that what she then records in paragraphs 4, 5, and 6 is a concern that her clients hadn't yet been heard, and that they were requiring, she said, we insist that the disciplinary process that your client claimed in the same forum, that was Parliament, is underway, is convened, or at the very least a date is agreed upon for it so that the matter can be finalized. Were you aware that the 3 officials who were still on suspension, on full pay, through their attorney, were repeatedly, through their attorney in the correspondence, saying, we haven't been heard, we want to be heard, please would you get on and convene the inquiry? Were you aware of that?
Well, Chairperson, again, I think we must distinguish the role of the board and the role of the executives, including the legal department of the company. The legal department of the company with the executive, they were in communication with the attorneys who were representing Denel at the time. And I don't think the attorneys of Denel at the time were not responding to the correspondence correspondences. But what you don't have, Chairperson, you don't have a correspondence from Denel attorneys at the time, addressed in reply to this, which of course have given the reasons. But be that as it may, Chairperson, of course is, I'm not trying to suggest anything, but it's one thing to present correspondences from one party and you don't present correspondences from the other party. And the correspondences that we're dealing with here is correspondence to the attorneys of the company. I'm sure the company would probably maybe have the records, or maybe the attorney in questions have the record, but reputable as they are, I don't think they were not responding to correspondences. Whatever answers they've given, I can't say because I don't have their correspondences.
Yeah, but the question is, irrespective of whether Denel's attorneys did or did not respond to the executive's attorneys, the question is whether you were aware on the basis of whatever source, which could well be the legal department of Denel telling you as chairperson of the board, or the attorneys, if they had direct communication with you as chairperson of the board, Denel's attorneys, whether you were aware that the executives, the suspended executives' position was repeatedly conveyed as being that they wanted the disciplinary hearing to take place.
Chairperson, what I knew at the time was the matters was not concluded. The attempt for mediation failed, and these disciplinary proceedings were still pending. I was not privy to the to and fro communication between the respective lawyers of the parties concerned. Yeah.
Is that answer to say you were not aware that the suspended executives repeatedly said through their attorneys, we want the disciplinary hearing to take place, taking that position and conveying that position over a number of months?
If I can try to recall, of course, there were communication from probably the legal team to the executive to the board about these processes. But what I cannot tell you now is what was said at the time. But what I can tell you now is that I do not remember being told that these correspondences where there is insistence, please do this, please do this. Yes, Chairperson.
Maybe this is the right time for me to say this. I would have expected that in the light of the seniority of the executives who were suspended, that the board would be quite involved in terms of the process for the disciplinary process and the preparations for the disciplinary hearing and the suspension. That's what I would expect, simply because of the seniority of the people involved, including the executives. It would have been different if one was talking about lower management and so on. But the fate of the chief executive of any organization would be in the hands of the board, I would imagine. And therefore, I would expect that even the internal legal department, if they were handling that, they would be reporting to the board and taking instructions in codes as attorneys would do from the client, because they shouldn't do anything that is contrary to what the board may be wanting to be done. And I would be expecting that they act as advisors to the board but they would not be the decision makers. The decision makers would be the board. They would just advise, would this approach be legally defensible? Would that approach be tenable in law? But in the end, the decision makers would be the board. That is what I would have expected. But from what you said last time, and maybe that's what you still say today, that's not how it happened in this case. The legal department did not, so to speak, take instructions from the board or from you in regard to the handling of the disciplinary process.
Okay, Chairperson, maybe let me put this in proper context. The board has taken a decision which it had to be implemented. In terms of course, governance, the decisions of the board, they are implemented by various functionaries. And this specific decision, the functionaries involved in the HR department, is the legal department, and of course, in terms of the protocol, they report to whoever is the chief executive at the time. So the decision was taken. The implementation is done by those functionaries. Those functionaries will report as they execute or implement the decision. But again, what you don't have is any of the reports from those functionaries to the board that says this is what happened, this is what not happened. So to then ask me almost 4 years down the line, 5 years down the line, of course I wouldn't have, that information in terms of what was reported. And maybe to correct the impression as you were trying to relate to me now, the board did not just took a decision and walked away. The board duly expected the management to process in terms of the governance of the company. And there were interactions between the board and the people who were involved. There were displeasure, as I indicated previously, that the board expressed about this process. But of course, you do not have that information. That information is not within my control, it's within the company. That would show. Because, again, the actions of the board are through the minutes. And the minutes would say exactly there was a report by group legal, there was a report by this one, HR, and these are the status issues. So those reports would be there. And again, I repeat what I kept on emphasizing throughout, from the beginning of my evidence. The board was overwhelmed by the bigger issue. I understand the position of a chief executive officer, but at this point in time, the board was overwhelmed by the situation where the country could find itself in a serious crisis because there would have been a default by the state-owned company, and that would have meant that other lenders to other companies, state-owned companies, might recall their bond. So that was an issue of national importance, which the board was preoccupied. But I'm not saying the board was not serious about this matter. Yes, there were reports which were given, and I'm sure the records of the company will reveal in every either meeting of audit and risk, what were the reports given, as the status of this suspension, what the lawyers were saying. I'm sure those reports are there.
Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say immediately, Mr. Mantsha, I do understand it's some years afterwards, and I can't reasonably expect you to recall every last detail, and that's why I think most of my questions in the last few minutes have started with, do you recall whether there was a response to this? Do you recall why there was a delay, etc. And that's really what we're after. And if you can't remember, you must say, I can't remember. What I can take, and sorry, just the other point that I just wanted to draw your attention in response to one of the comments you made. You said all that's being presented to you are the letters from the executives, attorneys, and there are no letters that we have produced from the attorneys acting for Denel at the time, Cliff Decker. In fact, this bundle includes various letters from Cliff Decker, from Mr. Adil Patel, some of which are relevant to what we're dealing with. Some were in fact raised on the last occasion, I believe, but we're going to deal with a few of the crucial letters in that regard from Cliff Decker. So there's no selectivity, certainly not on the part of the Commission and its investigators and legal teams. We have repeatedly asked Denel for all the documentation, and we have produced to the Commission in the form of the bundles that have been admitted by the chairperson all the relevant documents that seem to be material. But may I now take you, Mr. Mantsha, to a letter which in fact came from the board and in fact came from yourself. If I can ask you in the same bundle to look at page 412, please. That's a letter from Denel. It's on the Denel Group letterhead. Do you have it?
I do, Chairperson.
And on the top right-hand side, just under the heading Denel Group, it's dated the 17th of March, 2016. You see that?
I do.
And we see your name and what appears to be your signature on page 413. Is that your signature?
Correct, Chairperson.
Right, thank you. Do you recall that you sent this letter? If I can just remind you, we're going to look at the detail in a moment, but this letter effectively was saying the board has decided not to renew Mr. Saluji's fixed-term contract when it expired. Do you remember that decision was taken by your board?
I do remember.
Right. And this is the letter in which you recorded this, and just if we go back to your signature and name on page 413, we see that it's typed CC, Zarina Walele attorney. So she was CC'd, she was copied in on this letter.
Correct.
Which was addressed to Mr. Saluji personally on page 412, but quite correctly, you or the people who were preparing this letter and advising you quite correctly, as a matter of courtesy, addressed a copy also to Ms. Walele. Is that right?
Correct.
Right, thank you. Now let's just look at a couple of the paragraphs of your letter. It's headed Termination of Employment Relationship, Group Chief Executive Officer position at Denel. Now if we can just remind ourselves where we are in the sequence. This is the 17th of March 2016. Mr. Saluji had, as we've heard much evidence on, been suspended about 6 months before that in September, correct? September
Correct.
2015. And they had then received a charge sheet saying they were going to be disciplined. They were suspended pending that disciplinary process. And we've seen letters where there is a complaint that there's a delay in the disciplinary. Why aren't you convening it? And why aren't you sending us documents? We've dealt with all of that. Now, your letter doesn't say we're going to now hold the disciplinary inquiry. It deals with another matter.
Correct.
And that is the termination of the employment relationship, not through the disciplinary process, correct?
Correct.
You could have proceeded with the disciplinary process, at least in theory, held it if you had substance, if Denel had substance to the charges and persuaded the independent chairperson that Mr. Saluji was guilty, he might have been dismissed at the end of that process. But here you were saying that you're terminating the relationship on a different basis, on a contractual basis. That's
Correct,
right?
Chairperson.
Yes. So you say in paragraph 1, the above matter refers to the board is of the view, this is Mr. Saluji, that your, Mr. Saluji's contract of employment was not validly extended as per the PFMA. Nevertheless, your alleged current fixed-term contract of employment terminates on 31 January 2017, notwithstanding your current suspension as the Group Chief Executive Officer, which was effective from the 23rd of September 2015. Now, this contains quite a number of elements to it, but just to unpack it, Essentially what you're saying is there is doubt as to whether, in fact, Mr. Saluji's current contract had been validly extended, but despite that reservation, you had decided as a board that if there was a contract at all still in existence, it was going to expire on the 31st of January 2017, and it would not be extended. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. And then you say this, the alleged acts of misconduct are viewed in a serious light, and as a result, the trust relationship between the board and yourself has irretrievably broken down. Now, as I understand it in context, you're referring there, but correct me if I'm wrong, the alleged acts of misconduct are the alleged acts of misconduct according to the charge sheet, which was already issued to them for a disciplinary inquiry that was pending. Is that right? You're not referring to other alleged acts. Correct. Now, I just want to ask you, and let me explain the relevance up front so that we know where we're going. I'm raising the next series of questions really to deal with the evidence that the Commission has heard from Mr. Saluji, and the Commission's chairperson will obviously, with respect, have to weigh up all the evidence from Mr. Saluji and from yourself and anybody else who may have testified in this regard. Mr. Saluji's version is one that paints a very negative picture about the board and you in particular in relation to why he was suspended and why and how his employment was terminated. And you'll recall, because as you've confirmed previously, you've seen at least part of the evidence that Mr. Saluji provided to the Commission previously. You will recall that Mr. Saluji's evidence, and I hope I do justice by way of summary, is that there was a sinister purpose to the suspension, the disciplinary charges, the failure to hold a disciplinary inquiry, and ultimately to terminate the relationship inter alia in terms of this letter. And a text that he has really proposed, as it were, a notion that he has proposed to the chairperson is that what you were really doing, you, Mr. Mantsha, as chairperson, and those who acted with you, was really to get him out of the organization on a pretext, that the charges against him were a pretext, charges about misleading the board at the first board meeting, etc., was all a pretext, and that in fact you were trying to contrive a false basis to get rid of him, and the real purpose was because he was perceived as being somebody who would not facilitate the awarding of contracts to the Gupta business conglomerate. You recall that that was essentially, I hope I do justice to his version, but I'm trying to give as brief as I can. So that is his theory that he has put before, or view or opinion that he's put before the chairperson. Now, you strenuously disagree with that. You've already said that on the previous occasion. Correct?
Yeah, Chairperson, should I just say something? Look, I'm going to repeat myself. Mr. Saluji had no problem with Mr. Issa because Mr. Saluji negotiated that Mr. Issa buys VR laser. This is the information that I told you before that I had received. Mr. Saluji was working with Mr. Issa, and I said to the Commission, I'm not saying anything beyond that. The reports which are tabled before this Commission, the BDO report, they did inform this Commission that the investigation was that the entry of VR laser and to Denel was not properly.
Was not?
Was not properly.
Yes.
And therefore, they're taking actions to those executives who were involved, who were still there. And it is before this Commission that the evidence from the so-called people implicated in signing the first, either you call it memorandum, whatever the case is, Vessel told this Commission that he was told by Mr. Saluji that we need to work with VR. He gave his reasons, what he was told. Mr.
That we
Beg,
need to work with?
they need to work with VR laser. Yes. Mr. Berger, the same. Mr. Nsepe, the same. So, I don't think it's going to help us that I must keep on repeating my answers because questions are asked differently.
No, Mr. Mantsha.
Yeah.
No. Mr. Kennedy's question is not the one you are addressing. His question is, what do you say to Mr. Saluji's evidence that you or the board of Denel suspended him not because of any proper grounds, but because of some other agenda? Because you suspended him on the basis of allegations of misconduct in September. He was ready for a long time for a disciplinary inquiry. You made approaches to him to try and resolve the matter by paying him money, by paying them money. They rejected that. They said, we want a disciplinary inquiry because we want to clear our names. When there was supposed to be an inquiry, you, Denel, proposed mediation. And he said, at the mediation, they took the position that they want a disciplinary inquiry to clear their names. And that's why the mediation failed, because that's what the stance they took. And if I recall correctly, they asked for some documents as well. Now, you will remember from last time that the evidence revealed that sometime in December, you had Denel made an offer. I don't know whether it was for 3 months payment, just before the the charge sheet was sent, if I'm not mistaken. And then now we have a letter, a number of months, 3 months after that, in March from, in March from you, the letter that we are looking at, 17 March, where despite the fact that you said right from the beginning when you suspended them, Denel had strong evidence. In March 2016, you still don't want to use that strong evidence and have a disciplinary hearing. And if he is as guilty as you say you thought he was in terms of the evidence, get him dismissed without him being paid for so many months, but you are offering to let him be paid for maybe something like 8, 9 months. Somebody that you believe is guilty of serious misconduct. So I think it would be in your interest to address that issue properly, because I'm very interested to hear your side of the story on that, because to me, on the face of it, there seems to be a problem when the employer says, I have strong evidence showing misconduct, serious misconduct by this employee. So I suspend him in order to have a disciplinary inquiry. And 6 months later, despite the fact that there is strong evidence, there is no inquiry. And on the evidence that I've been told, the employee or the employees keep on saying, bring it on. Let's have the hearing. You know, they don't seem to ask for any settlement, but it's the employer that keeps on approaching them for a settlement. There is a mediation. They say, according to their evidence, we want a hearing. In March 7, 2016, you now say, yes, your conduct, the allegations against you are very serious, but we want to pay you for about 10 months. When you could say, come next week for a hearing, we've got the evidence, we believe that you will be found guilty, and then you don't have to pay him for 10 months. So I just want to say, it's important that you address that, because on the face of it, it calls for an explanation to say, if you have got evidence and you believe it's strong evidence, why have you not held an inquiry for so long? So I'm mentioning this to you because it's important that you know some of the things that are causing me concern so that you can address them head on. That's the purpose.
Well, Chairperson, thank you very much. All I'm trying to do before you is to actually give you the context, because the point the evidence is driving to is that Mr. Saluji would be an obstacle in terms of the Denel Asia. I'm saying this because when I gave you that background, it's simply because he was not an obstacle to VR laser because he brought VR laser to Denel. So one cannot say that the charges had something to do with the VR laser because he brought it. So to then suggest that the charges have to do with Denel Asia, I'm then trying to give you that background. That is nonsense.
No, if you put it like that, I understand that background.
Yes.
So you can carry on. Yeah.
So all I'm trying to say,
you'll have to deal with that. So, but that background is good.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I must listen to everything you have to say.
yes. So all what I'm saying is, to say these charges has anything to do with the decision which was ended up taking Mr. Issa as a partner to Denel Asia. You know, this is what I want to address, to say he had a long-standing relationship with Mr. Issa. He made a lot of efforts to get Mr. Issa to Denel. I recall when we were in London, he pleaded with me when he was in confidence telling me some of the efforts he has made to assist Mr. Issa. But he has always said to me, well, this is what I've done. But in terms of the understanding of us as a board and my understanding, the defense industry in this country is an industry where there are no black players. And part of the mandate from the shareholder, who is government, to Denel is that please transform the industry. We want to see black suppliers on the main business of Denel, not to supply toilet papers and whatever. So VR laser, according to what has been presented and according to what Mr. Saluji said, it was that black empowerment partner which plays in the space of Denel main business. And it was the only black company as it was presented to us. So in short, all I'm trying to drive to is that there was no any other motive to put these charges against Mr. Saluji and his two core employees. The only motive was the misconduct committed. I recall, I think, my last dinner with him in London. After the dinner, he came to me, he came to my room, and he really pleaded with me that he should not be fired. And that was the very same day when there was a call from the Audit and Risk Committee to say, we are not given access to the committee rooms to have our meeting to discuss the investigation about that LSS transaction. So he pleaded with me that, Chair, please protect me, I shouldn't be fired. And with respect, I was very troubled to see him crying and to see him pleading, because at that time, he realized that the relationship between himself and the board, as a result of the LSA transaction, was broken. And the only thing he could do was to plead that I try to find a middle ground between him and the board. And something that, as I said to you when I started this evidence, I had a very good relationship with him. I think we liked one another. So it troubled me. I didn't sleep that night. So when I got back home, I tried to see if there's any other way we can avoid suspensions and conflict. But the evidence was such that it was difficult because Mr. Saluji and Mr. Mhlonhlo, they went to conclude a 6 months or 5 months bridging finance contract with Nedbank, while the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Enterprise had approved a facility for 5 years. And what complicated the matter further was that we did not have the money. We did not have the 450 to pay. So it was impossible to then try to stay off the imminent disciplinary proceedings against him. So the only reason why he was suspended, it was simply because of the misconduct in regard to that transaction. He did not comply with the terms of the approval from the Minister of Finance and from the Minister of Public Enterprise. No one between those two offices knew that Denel had to pay 450 within 6 months. When the matter was reported to the executive authority, the executive authority then implored to the board, please find the solution, because if you don't, then it's going to be catastrophic, because other bondholders will pull and will demand their money, and there will be a cross default. So that was a clear instruction to say, resolve this matter. And I can tell you at that point, most members of the Audit and Risk Committee and some members of the board, they wanted to resign because they felt that they were being thrown, so to speak, under the bus. That the appointments to the board, it's actually an appointment to the sinking ship. So I had to try to get board members there, to get board members to work very hard with the executive to try to convince Nedbank, which was very angry. As I indicated before, immediately they realized that apart from the fact that they were the transactional advisor to Denel when Denel was acquiring this asset, Denel gave Absa Bank 400 million in cash as a security, and they were given nothing. So at that point, they didn't want to hear anything because they felt they were duped. And at that point, the Minister of Public Enterprise clearly said the condition, please don't conflict the two banks because you're going to ask this money from the two banks. So it was a difficult situation for me as a leader of the organization to try to see how I can get a middle ground between Mr. Saluji and the board, and also to get the board members stay and not to resign, and get the board to try to get some resolution with Nedbank. So it was quite a very difficult challenge.
But what you have said up to now, Mr. Mantsha, might explain certain things, certainly subject to what Mr. Saluji's evidence is on this regard, and maybe other people, in regard to his working with Mr. Essa, as you say. That might be one thing. But nothing you have said so far explains why the board, when it had strong evidence against Mr. Saluji and the other executives in September 2015 still had not put together a hearing by March 2016. So that I hear what you say, but that's the part that I'm also interested in. I'm not saying that what you have said is irrelevant. Certainly the part that deals with Mr. Saluji is working with ESA is quite important. And the other part that you said also might explain certain things. But I just want to make sure, don't forget that I'm interested on this aspect as well.
Chairperson, I'm actually happy in the sense that I'm talking to someone who, in a sense, very experienced and authority on the labor-related matters. In the name
I'm rusted on it.
In the name of the chairperson.
I'm rusted on it.
So Chairperson, there are of course two issues here that a chairperson has delivered several judgments about, in terms of the substantive issues and procedural issues. I do understand the chairperson's concern. And to sum up the chairperson's concern is, look, you say you've got a strong case, but you don't proceed to finalize these things. And I think at the starting point, I then said, look, we were very overwhelmed. We were busy with other matters of default. We were not happy with the executive, the departments concerned who were handling this matter. So, but the fact that the procedural issues and substantive issues, the substantive issues, as I'm saying, Chairperson, is that there was a case, the evidence, the objective evidence before this commission, not from me, and not from Mr. Saluji, sorry, Chairperson, and not from Mr. Saluji, but objective evidence from people who had nothing to do with this, who just investigated the matter. The objective evidence before the commission is that, look, where we are at the moment, we are trying even to work the interest rate that we have paid for 6 months vis-a-vis the 5 years thing. So the objective evidence before the commission is that there was indeed a serious misconduct by this employee. So the issue that the chairperson is raising with me relating to say, you said there was a serious breach, but the disciplinary hearing is not final.
You don't act like somebody who believed there was a strong case.
Yes, you don't act like somebody who believes that. But chairperson is well aware that that does not mean that the breaches are not serious because there was a delay in prosecuting the delays. I think we can cite a lot of case law where there's been delay.
I accept that you can have a situation where you have a strong case that an employee is guilty of misconduct, but you might not follow procedural steps that you are supposed to follow. I accept that. And I accept that just because you don't or you didn't follow proper procedure doesn't necessarily mean that on substance you don't have a strong case. But what I'm saying to you, as you have also indicated, is that I'm saying what one expects from an employer who believes he has a strong case is to act pretty fast. You see, particularly when you are dealing with high executives who are being paid a lot of money while sitting at home, you don't want to be paying a lot of money over many months when you do have the evidence. You don't have to be investigating. It's different if you must still investigate. When you do have the evidence, one expects that you would act expeditiously. When you don't act expeditiously, one starts looking for an explanation why. Because
Exactly.
if there is no explanation, it may well be that one starts to say, did you really have a strong case? You see, so you will see that I'm not saying one will start saying you don't have a case, but one will start questioning, because you are not acting like somebody who believed they had a strong case. So
I think I fully agree with Chairperson on that. But Chairperson, as I indicated earlier, I'm sure the board minutes would indicate the nature of reports given to the board about this matter and how the board acted in those minutes. I think you would see that I think the person who was acting as the company secretary and also a group leader also had to leave. And in the process, because of the pressure from the board, there were some medical conditions because the board was not happy. And the other thing which, of course, triggered apart from that, the fact the process was dragging from our point of view, but there was leaking of letters. The letter that we dealt with last week, the letter which was addressed to the acting secretary,
company secretary,
and the legal whatever, that letter was leaked to the suspended employees. That's how they got it, because the letter was addressed to her. So, and when an incident like that happened, so there was a serious rupture within the organization between her and the executive and other people who were involved and the board. How could a communication between you end up with the suspended employees? So the impression that we formed at the time was that, of course, she was working with the suspended employees. We felt at the time that she was deliberately dragging the process because she probably had alliance or allegiance to the suspended employees. So that was our impression out of all the dragging and the matter not running speedily as we thought. So eventually, we removed her from being company secretary. We got somebody to act in that position. And later, I think we got somebody to act as a group leader. But yes, there was dragging from within. And as far as I can remember, we did act. Yes.
well, I don't think from that I got an explanation as to why, with this strong evidence, the board didn't act expeditiously, other than that you have said that, well, the board was under pressure because of other challenges, and what you have just said about the company secretary. I don't want to take it further, but I'm just saying that's the impression I have.
Well, it matters to me, Chairperson, the
Sorry?
impression you have, because what I'm trying to say to you, in terms of the governance, the board cannot process this. These things are processed by relevant sections of the company. And I'm saying to you, yes, correctly, there was dragging, but that dragging was not by the board. That dragging was by the officials, as I mentioned, the acting group secretary, company secretary, and the acting head of legal, and steps were taken against that person. The person was removed. And I say to you, if you were having the minutes of
the board meetings.
Of the board meetings, because remember, throughout that process, the suspension in many board meetings, it was a standing issue for reporting. What is happening? How far are you? So the matter was being reported. But, for me to actually make detailed explanation, to say, no, this month, this is what happened, that month, this is what happened, the person who was full-time dealing with that matter would be able to explain. How did you do this? Why this was not done in time? But the decision we took, it had to be implemented by those people. So I don't think I can,
take it
say
further.
more than that.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I just want to say this because you have mentioned the issue of minutes of board meetings. Prior to Mr. Kennedy coming into this work stream, for quite some time, I had spoken to the team that was looking at the Denel work stream and said they must obtain a lot of documents and minutes of board meetings. And they had given me reports that they were not finding cooperation. I think I was told this would have been in maybe early 2020 or even 2019 at some stage, that the company secretary was somebody from outside Denel. I don't know whether it was an accounting firm or legal firm, and that I think I was told it was a she. She was not cooperating. At some stage, I even said they must approach the chairperson of the board to try and get assistance. But for quite some time, there were serious difficulties. Those are the reports that were given to me in getting various documents, particularly resolutions and minutes of the board. So to the extent that there might not be certain documents here, it may be that partly that was the problem, but it may well be that the problem was solved at some stage. But I thought I would just mention that for what it's worth. Mr. Kennedy might know better.
May I say something on that, Chairperson? I'm here primarily to explain the actions of the board that I led. And the actions of the board that I led are captured in various board meetings. And since I'm called to do that here, it would be more than fair that I am assisted by those minutes, because, Chair, you would recall, you want...
No, that's fair enough.
The previous board minutes, some of it, you forgot.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah, so to a point where I might not assist you, because I might not have certain records.
You might not recall.
I think accept my good faith in that. I would have loved to explain everything as per the actions of the board, as captured by the board minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, well, of course, the question which I would like to pose to you in that regard is whether from your side you made any approach to Denel to say, look, I'm required to give evidence. I'm a former chairperson of the board. I need documents from Denel that would assist me. And if you did, what was the response?
Well, Chairperson, there's so much hostility. There's so much hostility there. And there is, with respect, condemning and sentencing people without giving them a hearing. So there's so much hostility that you cannot even break the air. So, those things, I would love it in another ideal world. That would be ideal.
Mr. Kennedy, do you want to say something about the board meeting minutes or something?
We have at various stages since I became involved at a fairly late stage in the Denel stream. We have been engaged in attempts to get further minutes, and some minutes have in fact been produced for us and are included in a bundle that is being made available. But we don't believe that there's anything there that seems to actually shed any light, otherwise we would have relied on it here.
Okay.
So I'm deliberately trying to limit my questions to things that are fair to put to Mr. Mantsha, and particularly where we have a letter from him. He can either explain it, or he can say, if he wishes, I can't remember, I can't give an explanation because I can't remember why I said that, but at least we can ask him that.
Well, whatever minutes are there, if they relate to particularly the period September to the departure of the executives, I think they should be shared with him if they haven't been shared.
Indeed.
Let him satisfy himself about what we have. And if he takes a different view, he might say, no, this one jogs my memory on something that's relevant. Then he can take it from there.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Will do so. May I then proceed to return to this letter, Chair, in asking just a few more questions on it from Mr. Mantsha?
Yes.
The Chair asked you earlier that, or he put it to you that if you decided not to renew his contract, he would not be employed after his contract expired. That was in January 2017, correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
And so that was the 10 months that the Chair referred to, 9 or 10 months. In fact, 10 months from March to January. But he would be entitled to be paid out for the rest of his contract. So that would be 10 months he would still receive, correct?
Correct.
And that would, of course, be in addition to the 7 months that he'd already been sitting at home on suspension since September the previous year.
Correct.
Now, I just want to draw your attention to paragraph 4, and I just want you to see if you're in a position, based on your memory, to explain what I'm going to ask you to explain. You say in paragraph 4, the alleged acts of misconduct, which you've already indicated related to what they were suspended for, are viewed in a serious light, and as a result, the trust relationship between the board and yourself has irretrievably broken down. The question of whether they were guilty of misconduct and the question of whether trust relationship had broken down, irretrievably or otherwise, surely was something that could have been dealt with in a disciplinary inquiry. What you were saying here was a view as to the alleged acts of misconduct having broken down, are very serious, and having broken down irretrievably the element of trust. That was said to Mr. Saluji in your letter to him without having afforded him yet an opportunity to be heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he says, not what I'm saying, he says, I'm just simply putting to you his version, he says that shows that you in fact had a closed mind. You were determined to get rid of him without a hearing. Any comment on that?
Well, Chairperson, Mr. Saluji knew himself that the allegations against him are so serious. And that's why, as I said, he pleaded with me that I should try to avoid that he gets suspended and expelled. So, as I indicated, what the board or the Audit and Risk Committee was dealing with was an objective evidence before the board that says, please pay in 2 weeks an amount of 450 million, which we didn't have. How did that come about? It came about because Mr. Saluji and his CFO went against the instruction given to them as an approval for the PFMA application. The PFMA application say, yes, you can buy LSSA.
Mr. Mantsha, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't mean any disrespect, but this is the third day on which we're hearing evidence, and on the last occasion you complained that the evidence was taking a long time. With respect, we do need to try and keep some sort of focus. on this. My question was very limited. It was not, was he guilty of misconduct? My question was not, was he guilty of misconduct that had resulted in an irretrievable breakdown of trust? My question is very focused, and it is simply this. When you reached that conclusion that you expressed in the letter, that was at a stage when he had as yet still not been subjected to a disciplinary
Yes.
or any other hearing. Is that correct?
Yes. But Chairperson, I think it's also important for me to give context to a correspondence. Because if you see the letter that he's referring to, the letter starts with, the board is of the view.
Yes.
So, which means there was a report before the board looking at this matter. And the report could be saying, look, depending on what they've reported about this hearing, the hearing is dragging. There's pressure to finalize the funding structure with Nedbank, and there's a pressure that the lenders and the partners out there, they want to deal with people who are permanently in the position. So there was a context to the letter.
But the point is that there may have been there may be reasons apparent from board minutes that aren't before us now, but the point is that it was done without a hearing. That's all I'm asking for.
Yes.
Factually.
But,
Okay.
but at the same token, Chairperson, I think for me to explain shouldn't be seen as I'm delaying the hearing, because I think I'm the only person here who has got the background and the information of decisions taken and some of the things taken. So when I'm of the view that perhaps an explanation is needed, a context is needed to be given, so I shouldn't be penalized for trying to drag the hearing.
No. Obviously, we have got to strike a balance between being fair to you, but also utilizing the time properly. Also for your own sake, because you are paying.
Yes,
So, but I think what you have considered is, yes, there was, the board reached that conclusion without giving him a hearing. Yeah. The one thing I wanted to put to you, you said Mr. Saluji knew, I think what you said, he knew, in effect, how guilty he was. In effect, how guilty he was. You didn't put it like that, but I'm saying you came across as saying, yeah, but Mr. Saluji knew that he knew what he had done. He knew we had evidence. Did I understand your evidence correctly?
I think Mr. Saluji knew.
Yeah.
That
there was a strong case against him.
That there was a strong case against him, and it was wrong for them to have approved 6 months bridging finance without the permission of the Minister of Finance and Minister of Public. That he knew it was wrong.
Yes, no, that's fine. What do you say to the proposition that between September 2015, when he was suspended, and March, when you wrote this letter, he never acted or conducted himself like somebody who was scared of the disciplinary hearing? On the contrary, he was saying, bring it on, acting like somebody who was confident that he would not be found guilty of anything. And he never made, unlike the board, unlike Denel, he never made any offer to settle the matter.
Well, with respect again, Chairperson, I'm speaking with a very experienced chairperson on things like this. That the bravado that accused persons and all sorts of people do in court, sometimes they fight for 6 years and go up and down and claiming innocent. But it doesn't mean the bravado that you do should mean that you are not guilty of it.
Mr. Kennedy, maybe we should take the tea break. I
As
see
you please, Chair.
yes. Let's take a tea break and resume at 11:45.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
and therefore his contract, which was due to expire the following January, would not be renewed, and that it was proposed that it had been decided that he should not continue to work the rest of his contract until January, but he would be paid out for that period. Is that right?
That's what the letter says.
Right.
Mr. Kennedy, I've just consulted with my registrar because
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I just consulted with my registrar
Yeah.
because I seemed not to remember the oath being administered to Mr. Mantsha this morning, and she confirms that no, it was not administered.
I'm sorry.
So it's not your fault, Mr. Mantsha. It's my fault. So I think we should have it administered now, and I think you can then ask Mr. Mantsha whether the evidence that he has given up to now is true and correct.
Thank you.
Then that should cover it. Okay, let's have that done.
Thank you, Chair.
Please state your full names for the record.
Denel Mantsha.
Do you have any objection to making the prescribed affirmation?
No objection.
Do you affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, I truly affirm.
I truly affirm.
Thank you. If we didn't discover it and somebody else discovered, they would wonder how a judge and so many lawyers, including a lawyer witness, did not remember this. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. So Mr. Mantsha, you've given evidence on two previous occasions under oath, and you've given evidence again this morning so far. Under the affirmation. Do you confirm that the evidence you gave already this morning is covered by the affirmation that you've just taken, that it was true and correct?
It's true, correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Now, Mr. Mantsha, so there's further correspondence in the file. I don't need to take you through it all, but effectively it says that Ms. Walele says we are not happy that he should just stay at home until the end of his contract, and we demand that you convene the hearing. And then what we have is a response from Denel's attorneys, Cliff Decker, CDH, at page 420.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Walele's letter that you are referring to, what page is it?
I might just have a moment.
Or is that the one we looked at earlier?
Yes, so we've just been looking before the tea adjournment at page 412, which was Mr. Mantsha's own letter. And then there was subsequent correspondence at page 415 and 417 is an example of where she has indicated that they want a hearing. Not for the first time in such a request. If I can take you, Chair, to page 418, paragraph 6. Our client holds the view that your client's resistance and failure to follow a fair procedure to determine any wrongdoing is pertinent to the aforesaid, and that an opportunity to be heard by the shareholder of your intention is required. We further believe, since no fair procedure has been followed to date, that there is no grounds for early termination of employment of your client. Of our client, I'm sorry. 7, we therefore urge your client to convene a disciplinary process as a matter of urgency. So are you aware that that letter was sent, or is that just something that happened behind the scenes?
I'm not aware, Chairperson, of the letter.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then we get to the letter I mentioned at page 420 from Cliff Decker, from your attorney, Mr. Adil Patel, and he says, we do not intend, paragraph 1, we do not intend dealing with all the allegations and their reserved rights. And in paragraph 2, your request for a hearing is misplaced. Your client's employment is not terminated due to misconduct. We reiterate what is stated in our client's letter to you dated 17th of March 2016, That was, in fact, your own letter of 17th of March that we just took you to, Mr. Mantsha. And then he says, your client's contract is simply not renewed. Our client does not require your client to work the remaining part of the contract. So that's the answer to the request for a hearing. He's saying it's not needed because your client's employment has now been terminated. It's not going to be renewed from next January. In the meantime, he doesn't have to come to work. Are you aware that that was the position that was taken on behalf?
Absolutely, I'm shocked. I'm not aware.
You're shocked?
Yes.
What later happened, though, was a letter...
I'm sorry. What shocks you, Mr. Mantsha?
No, that this was never brought to us.
Oh, to you, okay.
Then we come to page 422, another letter from Denel's attorneys. And this relates to, I'm going to try and go through this quite quickly now, the correspondence. It, in fact, relates to a further proposal to try and settle the matter, and it refers to what would be paid out to Mr. Saluji. Then if I may take you, please, to, much of a moment, Chair, page 490. Is yet another letter from Cliff Decker. This time it is dated the 23rd of May, 2016. It's rather faded, the quality of the copy, but it says, it refers to earlier correspondence, and then says in paragraph 2, we confirm that Bafana Ntube of Ntube Incorporated Attorneys has been appointed as a chairperson for the disciplinary inquiry. So it seems at this
what
stage...
page is that, Mr. Fernandez?
490.
490, okay.
490.
You see that?
Yes, Chairperson.
So it seems that having previously told Ms. Walele, Mr. Saluji's attorney in earlier correspondence, that there is going to be no disciplinary inquiry. There doesn't need to be because his employment is now terminated with effect from the next January, and he's not going to come in the meantime. It appears that was revisited, and now back on course is the proposal or the intention to hold a disciplinary inquiry, and in fact the attorneys have gone so far as to appoint Mr. Ntube, an attorney, to chair the disciplinary inquiry. Were you aware that that was done?
No.
Okay.
But, Chairperson, let me speak under correction.
Yes.
As I said before, that ordinarily this matter, as long as it was still pending, it would served before the board. And as I indicated before, of course the board was not happy with the internal people who were working on the matter. I've explained the reasons and what happened. So the appointment of the chair or whatever in terms, as this letter say, is not something that is within my knowledge. So as I indicated, we were not dealing with the attorneys ourselves. The respective officials were dealing with the attorneys on the matter.
Right, thank you. Now there's a response to the last letter from Cliff Decker that I've just taken you to, and it's a few pages earlier in the same bundle, page 487. By this stage, it's apparent that Mr. Saluji was no longer represented by Ms. Walele, and he'd moved to Mr. Shahid Dolly. The transcriber's benefit is D-O-L-L-I-E. And Mr. Dolly responded to Mr. Patel's letter, the one we've just looked at, where he said Attorney Ntube would be appointed as the chairperson. And so Mr. Dolly says in paragraph 2, on the 23rd of May, I'm sorry, before I get there, just to note the date of Mr. Shahid Dolly's letter to Mr. Patel. It's the 1st of June, 2016. And he says in paragraph 2, on the 23rd of May, 2016, you informed us that Attorney Ntube would be the chairperson of the disciplinary proceedings. You further informed us that you would let us know when the disciplinary proceedings would commence, and that you would also furnish us with a bundle of documents your client intended utilizing for purposes of the disciplinary proceedings. The charges have been pending since 22 September 2015, and then he proceeds to explain why his client feels prejudiced because of this delay. And then in paragraph 6, there is a threat that if Mr. Patel doesn't furnish a date when the disciplinary proceedings will actually commence, which must be within a reasonable period, there is an indication that they would bring an application, legal proceedings to set aside his suspension and an order entitling him to return to work and resume duty. Are you aware that that was said on behalf of Mr. Saluji to your attorneys?
Well, I don't recall, Chairperson.
Okay. Can you recall, and I appreciate that we don't have in front of us all the minutes and so forth, but can you from your memory recall at this stage, I also appreciate that at this stage Denel was still in a state of serious difficulties, and your focus on the board was largely on trying to get Denel out of the financial and other difficulties. But can you recall, this is now June 2016, about 9 months since you had taken the decision to suspend Mr. Saluji and the others. Can you recall whether you ever felt concerned that these executives were no longer doing their job because they'd been suspended? They were still receiving pay, substantial pay, and that 9 months or so down the line, they still had not got to the beginning of a disciplinary inquiry, let alone the end of it. Was that not a concern to you? Bearing in mind, for example, you were accusing them of breaches of the PFMA, but under the PFMA, you, as executive authority, had the obligation to ensure that discipline was taken and to avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Just correction, Chairperson, the board is not an executive authority in terms of the PFMA. The board is an accounting.
I beg your pardon, you're quite right.
It's an accounting authority.
But you still had that obligation, not so.
Well, let me say, Chairperson, we were extremely concerned about the delays in this matter. And as I alluded before, there was people internally, as I've identified, the former acting company secretary, who was at the same time the head of legal. So there was, in the opinion of the board at the time, a deliberate strategy to frustrate the process, to move it slow. And of course, we were concerned and we tried to push that person out. I cannot tell you when the person was pushed out, but we were concerned about it. It was a big concern because we wanted closure on the matter.
Thank you.
I just want to go back to what you and I had an exchange on with regard to the delay. Of course, is it not true that if a disciplinary inquiry was held, there would be the possibility that the executives, or Mr. Saluji, the executives, could be found not guilty. And if they were found not guilty, the board would have no option but to allow them back into their jobs. Would you accept that proposition?
No, there was no possibility of them not being found guilty. It was not possible.
Well, I'm not sure why you say that if you were not going to chair if you are not going to chair the inquiry. I mean,
look, Chairperson, I can tell you why I'm saying this.
Yeah.
Because you see, firstly, when you take a decision to suspend, I think as the evidence showed here, it was not like one morning people wake up and go and suspend. There were several meetings, there were investigations. Members of the audit committee, some of them were delegated to meet the bankers, Nedbank and ABSA, try to find out what really happened. And they got a side of the story from Nedbank, because Nedbank were helping from the transaction. So there was an investigation which was conducted on the matter. And, Chairperson, you act on the basis of the approval that you are given by the two executive authorities, which is Minister of Finance and Minister of Public Enterprise. And on the documents, you were given an approval of 5 years to pay the loan. And you go and change that to 6 months or 5 months to pay that loan. Clearly, on the face of the document, you have contravened the approval. There was no approval for 6 months, so which means, in effect, that transaction was not approved. And this is the evidence that it's conveniently now serving before this commission. There was no proper approval for that transaction. Because when the terms, so Chairperson, when you enter transactions like this, I know you know this very well in your previous life, you prepare a term sheet where the term sheet records the agreement between the lender, in this instance, these two banks, and Denel. And that term sheet is submitted for the purposes of the PFMA approval to the relevant executive authority. In this instance, is Minister of Finance and Minister of Public Enterprise.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
I think, let's put it this way. I think your answer to my question is the evidence against the executives was so strong that you are saying there was no chance of them being found not guilty.
Correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Of course, that strengthens the difficulty about delaying when you are so certain that, these people, there is no chance of them not being found guilty. But we have dealt with that. I'm not wanting us to go back. Back there.
Just to add on that, Chairperson, precisely the delay was not on the part of the board.
Yeah.
The board acts through functionaries, being HR, being company secretary, being the head of legal. They've appointed reputable law firm. So it was not on the part of the board.
Well, you see, for me, or let me ask this question, are there any specific steps that the board took against people in the management who, according to the board, were failing to do their job properly because their job was to make sure that this process was expedited?
Yes, we did, Chairperson. The acting company secretary at the time and the head of legal, we took steps. We had to remove that person.
Yes.
And as I said earlier, there was also clear evidence of leaking communication between herself and the board to this executive. And it was clear to us that she's deliberately aiding them. Maybe because they were working together for a long time, they developed some allegiance to one another, but she was deliberately aiding them, and we took action.
And when was that, if you are able to remember?
I think, as I said, Chairperson, I mean, when this matter, as a standing matter to the board, comes to the board, so the minutes would have captured a lot of our displeasure and a lot of our discussion about this matter.
But have you got a recollection whether it might have been 2015 or 2016, or you don't remember?
No, I don't think it's. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not really sure.
Yes,
But
okay.
I don't think it's 2015.
Yeah. You say you removed the head of legal.
The company secretary eventually, I think I'm speaking under correction because there were a lot of pressure we put to the acting CE and the acting CFO because the two of them were also getting pressure from the lenders to say,
What's happening?
yeah, what is your standing talking to us because you are acting?
But I
And
wanted
think
just
they
to,
put, I think they put a lot of, sorry, Chairperson, sorry?
Yeah, I just wanted to have the names of the people you say you took action against. Was it the company secretary and the head of legal, or was it the company secretary only? I wanted the names of the people or their positions against whom you took action because you believed as the board that they were delaying or failing to expedite the process. You said it was the acting company secretary, is that right?
Yes.
Was
And
there
the head of
somebody
legal
else?
Well, she was the only one who was solely responsible with the matter.
Yes.
Yes, so that is the only person that
The head
action
of
was
legal.
taken. Yeah.
What was her name? Do you remember?
It was the Likabe Ochu.
Miss Lechabe.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So after this correspondence between the attorneys, Mr. Mantsha, we know that from the documents, I don't know if you recall or have knowledge of it, Mr. Saluji then lodged a dispute with the CCMA. Are you aware of that?
I see the referral form here.
Yes. I'm not sure why we've got to hold back. In fact, the referral is right here, as you point out. It's from page 492. We don't need to go into the content of that. That was referred, and the dispute was then resolved. Are you aware then that there was a settlement with Mr. Saluji?
Well, eventually there was a settlement with
Yes.
Mr. Saluji, which was, I think, facilitated by the former CFO.
Yes. If I can just have a moment. Yes, it's page 513. In fact, it starts a bit earlier. Sorry, Chair.
Is 5.3, is that a paragraph of a document?
I'm sorry, I just need to check.
okay.
I thought it was 513. It actually starts at page 499.
Okay.
Now, I think we touched on this on the previous occasion, but there are just a few aspects I need to ask you some questions on. Were you the signatory on behalf of Denel to that settlement agreement? If I can take you to page 513, it seems that it was signed not by you, but someone else. Mr. I can't actually quite read the writing of his name. He was acting group financial director. Can you help me with the name? Is it Mr. Mshlowana?
Yeah, I see here is the former CFO of Denel, Mr. Mtlwana.
Yes, he was acting at that stage. And we see that that settlement agreement was signed on the 8th of November 2016. So that was some 14 months or so after they had been suspended, correct?
Correct.
And just a couple of points I need to raise with you here. The terms of the settlement reflect that he was given an ex gratia payment on the basis that his employment was terminated, and the ex gratia payment was the amount of 2,362,492 rand. Were you aware that there was the settlement? You'll find that at page 505, clause 6. Presumably this must have come to you or your board for approval to settle with Mr. Saluji.
Well, it was debated in the board.
Yeah. And did you give your approval? You didn't.
The board approved it. The
Right.
board approved.
And so that, as it says, the 2.36 odd million rand is an amount equivalent to 50% of his annual remuneration. So he got effectively a payout of 6 months' salary, an amount equivalent to 6 months' salary. Were you aware of that?
Well, yes.
Okay. And that was, in addition, there were certain other amounts such as accrued leave in clause 5 and so forth. Now, this was in addition to the payment that had already been made pursuant to your letter earlier that year, where you had said, we've decided not to renew your contract, but we'll pay the rest of the year out. And that was duly paid, long before he referred the dispute to the CCMA.
I don't remember that payment, Chairperson.
Okay. So on the basis of his, and that we know was about 10 months from the time of your letter, and that was in addition to the 7 months that he'd been suspended. So if we take all of these periods together, he was on paid suspension for 7 months until you terminated his contract by saying, we're not going to renew it and we are not requiring you, we don't want you back. Then there was another 10 months to the end of the period of contract, so that was 17 months, and in addition, Denel, were now paying him out ex gratia another 6 months of salary to resolve the dispute. Correct?
Well, Chairperson, just to give some background.
Yes, I'm just asking you for the facts, and then I'll ask you for the background.
No, but you made a statement that I don't know where you're getting the facts from.
So is it a request for clarification?
The letter which indicated, as was read, that we're terminating your contract. I don't remember that there was payment after that. So
after when?
There's a letter which he has read.
The one about 10 months payment.
The one about, it proposed termination and all sorts of things. I don't remember there was payment made at that stage. I remember there was payment made at the end of this settlement.
Yes.
Yeah. But again, I would rely on the figures which are set on the document.
Now, the letter which, the payment that you say you don't know whether it was made, that would be the payment in terms of the letter which I'm under the impression you signed of 17 March.
Yes.
That's the one. That letter did say to him he was going to be paid for the rest of his balance of his contract period.
Yes.
But that it said that you know, but what you say you don't know is whether that was implemented.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't seen any evidence to show that that was accepted and implemented.
Yes. Okay.
That's fair enough, Mr. Mantsha. Thank you. And I rather skipped over a few letters in the hope that we could make some progress, but I'm happy to take you back to page 422.
Page?
422. Uh, 422 is another letter from Cliff Decker, CDH, dated the 13th of April 2016. That was shortly after the letter that the chairperson has just referred you to, that you confirmed that you signed. And he says, we record that in relation to this dispute, your client's employment has been terminated, and your client, and that is Mr. Saluji, has been paid out for the remainder of the term of the fixed-term contract of employment up to and including 31 January 2017. So that was what Denel's attorneys confirmed. Mr. Saluji's attorneys then wrote back and said, yes, we confirm we've received it, but we don't accept that that's sufficient. We want a disciplinary inquiry. We're not satisfied that you are entitled to terminate. And Mr. Saluji's also given evidence that he did receive that payment.
Yes, that's what I wanted to confirm also, that in his oral evidence, he confirmed
Yes.
that the money was paid into his account.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate your position, Mr. Mantsha. You don't know, you can't remember.
I don't know.
But I just thought, in fairness, I need to show you the missing evidence as you
Thank you, Mr.
suggested.
Kennedy.
Thank
But
you.
let me ask you about the payment that you know about at the end. You said the board debated the matter and approved the final settlement. Why did the board in November 2016 give Mr. Saluji, who had not been working, who had not rendered any services to Denel for over a year, why did it decide it should give him any money other than what was due to him because his contract was going to expire in January?
Chairperson, as I indicated earlier, there was a long discussion which in this instance was the company was represented by the then CFO. By the then CFO, talking
Yes.
directly to
Yeah.
the suspended employee.
Mr. Nchepe, that was
Yes,
Mr. Nchepe.
and at that stage, we were under tremendous pressure. We were under tremendous pressure to stabilize the company. Stabilize the company by having permanent appointments in order to give assurance to our lenders, to our business partners, that whatever decisions we arrived at, whatever negotiations we are busy with, these officials are permanently employed and they will be there to see this decision through. So the settlement was driven primarily weighing the interest of the company at the time, what the company was losing at the time because of the vacuum at the top. And of course, there was submission by the relevant officials to the board to say, look, this is where we find ourselves. And in view of all these problems that we have in terms of stabilizing the company, stabilizing the business of the company, we have the view that this kind of settlement would be in the best interest of the company. And after the board has considered the issue and considering the pressure at the time, the board was of the view that it was in the interest of the company that this matter must be closed so that we can then move on to have permanent appointments, which would then give confidence to our partners, give confidence to our lenders. So it was just the interest of the company that has driven us to accept the submissions made. Firstly, of course, there were submissions made by the executive to say, look, can we talk to these people? If I remember, I think the CFO was approached. I'm not sure whether by the suspended CFO at the time. And they started to explore these issues. And of course, he came to the board to say, look, this is what we think is in the best interest of the company. Can we proceed to talk? He was given a go-ahead to talk. And when he has reached this kind of conclusion, he came back to the board and said, look, we request that you approve this for these reasons. And the board took the decision.
Well, I must just say, Mr. Mantsha, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, Chairperson, it's not going to, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt, it's not going to make sense to you
Yes.
because you have no benefit of the discussions of the board. The rationale of arriving at this is not before you. So I don't accept this to make sense to you. And as much as you shouldn't expect me to then reprint what was discussed when these discussions was taking place, because I don't have it in my head. But there is a context, there is full discussion about this. And again, Chairperson, I'm talking to somebody who has presided over settlements many years of your time, and Mr. Kennedy as well. We sit here as the Commission, looking back to 5 years ago. As the Commissioners we sit here today, we do not have the submissions made to motivate certain decisions. And if we then expect the Chairperson of the Commission to come to more or less same conclusion with those who were given the submission, or expect the Chairperson of the Commission to say, this is reasonable, this is not unreasonable. In the absence of those submissions, I think it is a difficult, and it is difficult for me as I represent the board to then go point by point on those submissions I do not have, and try to explain submission by submissions and the reasons by reasons. So I think it is unfair to expect that kind of thing. I think the nature of this process, Chairperson, we must accept that certain things we might not understand properly because we were not there 5 years ago. We were not seized with the moment, because apart from, if you look at the settlement, this settlement is not in isolation of the total issues that the company was facing at the time.
Yes.
So those who took the decision, they had to look at the bigger picture and satisfy their fiduciary duty to say, look, we can pay this amount, but for the greater good.
Yes, you see, I wanted to say, in particular, what makes this not make sense to me is that in March, Denel is aware that Mr. Saluji's contract is going to come to an end by a fraction of time in January 2017. It is even aware that that would not be seen as a dismissal. It would just be the coming to an end of a fixed-term contract. It has taken the decision it won't renew it. Various things happen in the meantime after that. Now in November, Mr. Saluji is left with November, December, January for his contract to end. He has been on suspension for more than a year. All that one would expect is that at that stage, Denel would simply allow the contract to come to an end by the fraction of time. If Denel wanted to appoint a permanent CEO in order to address the concerns of investors or whatever, if it made an announcement that it appointed a CEO, but he would start with effect from beginning of February after the expiry of this contract, at least the investors would know that at least now there is going to be a permanent CEO. So you have a situation where, as far as Denel is concerned, as far as the board is concerned, for over a year, it is sitting with, on its version, very strong evidence that these executives are guilty of serious misconduct. No hearing takes place. Closer to the end of the contract period, 3 months, if they just allowed the contract to expire, they would not pay anything extra. they pay him more. I don't know whether it's 3 months more or 6 months
It
more.
was six months more. Chair.
Yeah, they pay him more. This person that they say has put the financial position of the company in a very difficult position. They give him some more money that he's not entitled to. So, but I don't want us to go back, but I just want you to understand what's going on in my mind.
I really
Yes.
appreciate that, Chairperson.
Yes.
Let me just say one thing. What are we settling? What are we settling? We are settling a litigation.
What?
We are settling a case. We are settling a litigation. And Chairperson, you would know that whether I have got a case or not, it's a matter for another day. At this stage, we consider to be in the best interest of the company that the litigation must be closed. And this is the primary reason of the settlement, for the reasons that I have given. Because whether the contract is finishing in 3 months, whatever the case, there was dispute in every point. And we did not want to sit in that dispute because it was harming us for the greater good. That's how far I can leave it.
Okay, all right, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just to complete the factual situation as to settlement, we've dealt with Mr. Saluji's settlement in relation to how much he was paid, and you've explained why. On the same page, 505, clause 4.2, says it is recorded that all disciplinary proceedings against the employee have been terminated. Were you aware that one of the objectives and terms of the settlement agreement was to abort the disciplinary inquiry that was still to take place?
Was to terminate all the legal action.
Yes. Well, I'm referring not to legal action in general, I'm referring specifically to disciplinary proceedings.
Yes.
Yes. Now,
And just to confirm also, there was no litigation at that stage between the executives and Denel, is that right?
Well, there's a letter where there was a threat for some applications and all of that.
may I just help you, Mr. Mantsha? I'm sorry to cut you short, but it seems to me that
Nothing came of it.
that there was litigation in this sense, apart from that threat of an urgent application, which presumably they were threatening to bring in the Labour Court, although they didn't say it. There was litigation in the looser sense, in the sense that he'd already referred his dispute to the CCMA. So it was a legal dispute that was pending before the CCMA,
Okay.
and we saw the referral that you in fact pointed out. There was a referral document there. So in that sense, there was litigation.
Okay.
I'm sorry to have
No, that's
preempted
helpful.
the witness to have answered your question.
No,
but-
that's helpful, yeah.
But that seems to me, Mr. Mantsha, to have been present in your mind with the board, that you want to terminate any disputes. So there's a dispute about whether they were guilty and so forth, which could have been the subject of a disciplinary inquiry. He was raising disputes, threats of urgent applications, which he doesn't seem to have carried out. But what he did carry out was the threat to bring a CCMA dispute before the CCMA, and that was then pending. So this was all completely resolved, including the disciplinary proceeding.
Correct.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry if I
No, that's
stepped on
helpful.
his
No,
toes,
that's
but
helpful.
I thought I could assist. Mr. Mantsha, we've touched previously in an earlier session before today on the fact that there was
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy, I just realized that for some reason, I don't have the second page of the letter at 422.
I'm sorry, 522.
422.
422.
One page only, but your junior could attend to it while you
I see we have the same problem.
or,
We have the same
yeah,
problem.
if that can be addressed,
Yes, perhaps, with your leave, may we
yeah, during
locate
lunch.
that page and have it inserted?
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you, Chair. Apart from Mr. Saluji, Mr. Mantsha, you also, of course, had two other employees then on suspension, Mr. Mshlontlo and Miss Africa. And the evidence from Mr. Mshlontlo has been that he signed a settlement agreement and he was paid an ex gratia 6.6 million rand, which was equivalent to 24 months of his salary, plus a bonus of 1.6 million rand. Did you also have that brought to the board's attention for your consideration and approval?
Correct.
And he, of course, had not litigated, although the attorneys were acting on his behalf, expressing concern that there were delays with the disciplinary inquiry, etc.
Correct.
So all of that issue was settled with Mr. Mshlontlo to the tune of 6.6 million rand plus the bonus. And then we also know that Miss Africa also had a settlement concluded with her. Were you made aware of that at board level as well? There was a settlement on the basis that Denel and she agreed that she would then take early retirement, and then apart from whatever benefit she may have had under a retirement or pension fund, she was paid a settlement amount of 1.6 million rand, equivalent to 12 months remuneration in her case, plus accrued leave, plus 75% of an incentive bonus. Were you aware of that settlement?
Yeah.
On those terms?
Approved by the board.
Yes. I'm not going to take you to those settlement agreements. You appear comfortable with the point that I'm putting to you. So there were very substantial amounts that were paid to these various executives. Mr. Mshlontlo appears to have got perhaps the most, but bearing in mind his senior position and also the fact he was a permanent employee, whereas Mr. Saluji was not. He was on a fixed-term contract. So it was 6.6 million plus another 1-point-something million for Mr. Mshlontlo. We know it was about 2.4 million in the case of Mr. Saluji, in addition to what he'd already been paid for about 17 months. And then Miss Africa was 1.6 million, in addition to accrued leave, etc. In relation to those two other executives with whom there were settlement agreements, is the reason why, the justification why the board approved those settlements, is the justification effectively the same as the justification you've already given in relation to Mr. Saluji's settlement? Or were there any different factors?
Well, Chairperson, as I said, there were proper presentations to motivate the settlement of the two executives.
I'm sorry, just start afresh, yeah?
Thank you.
Well, to start with, I did not give the detail of the motivation here. I just highlighted certain points which were primary drivers to those settlements. But I'm saying there are documents which have been submitted to motivate those settlements. And of course, those documents would have given reasons for both Mr. Saluji and both Mr. Mshlontlo on those amounts that were finally agreed, and the submission would have given reasons why Miss Africa, there must be settlement the way it was. Yes, it would contain all those reasons. I might not say all of them here.
Oh, of course, I accept that. I accept that. Now, may I just go, and I want to be very brief on this because it's been traversed in some detail already, particularly in questioning from the learned chairperson. I just want to give you a final opportunity to reflect on this question and give an answer. If we accept your logic, if we accept your facts and your logic, then there were very serious charges against all three of these individuals. You suspended them, you say, for good reason that you've explained. You had them charged for good reason that you've explained. You had an unanswerable case, as you've explained. They could have been fired on the spot, was your evidence a few weeks back. And if you had done that, you could have terminated their employment. You're very confident about that result. And you would have then not needed to settle anything. The settlement appears to have been of the order of almost 10 million rand. We're talking here not of Mr. Mantsha's personal money, but of Denel, which was a public corporation, a state-owned entity, having public funds that are now being spent in terms of settlement agreements and public funds held by a state corporation that was in dire straits, as you and many other witnesses have given. I just want to give you a last opportunity to try to explain what I perceive as a logical problem. Because if we accept all of your logic at the beginning, you had a perfect case, you had great evidence, you had the law on your side, you suspended them for good reason, you were disciplining them for good reason, and you could have done it, and it wasn't done. Instead, you paid them out settlement amounts that you didn't even need to pay. In Mr. Saluji's case, you said, we want to fire you now, and you didn't discipline him. You then said, through Mr. Patel, the attorney, you said, we don't have to employ you past January next year, so we don't need to discipline you in the meantime, so we paid you out until the end of that. Mr. Saluji then could have been left on the basis your contract has come to an end. Instead, he's paid another 6 months. And so I can go on with Mr. Mshlontlo and Miss Africa. Do you understand the logical difficulty that I have? And I would invite you to explain. If you could have done it, and you should have done it at the beginning, why didn't you, when it actually meant that you were paying approximately 10 million rand in that sort of ballpark of public funds that Denel desperately needed?
Okay, let me deal with what you term your logical difficulties. I'm called here as a witness in my capacity as a chairperson, the then chairperson of Denel. There are issues raised about decisions of Denel. I mean the decisions of the board. But there's no attempt to bring the documents upon which those decisions are made. You are given the information as you are given today. You have listened to my evidence, and you have listened to the evidence of many of Denel witnesses. And some of them, Mr. Kennedy, you cross-examine them, you question them, to give you the information, the past and the current. But clearly, the evidence that they have told you, objective evidence that they have told you,
Yes.
you should not have that difficulty that you're raising to me.
Why is that?
For simple reason, because your difficulty is based on confusing the substantive nature of the process and the steps which were taken to prosecute the substantive part of it.
How am I confusing them?
I have already told the chairperson that we did in fact act as the board. We were not impressed with the delay.
Yes.
We changed the person who was responsible. I even told you that the letter that you have read to me the last time was in fact leaked to the suspended employee, which to us as a board signal that this person is deliberately frustrating this process, not to move. Not to move. So when you say having such a strong case, which we could have dismissed them, and eventually that did not happen, they would have been saving if that process would have been taken forward. But what you also don't say, it's how far the litigation would have gone and at what cost to the company in terms of the money we pay to the lawyers. And I think you would appreciate that the law firm that we were using is one of the biggest law firms in the country.
Undoubtedly.
So it doesn't come cheap. So there's a cost here to the lawyers. There's a cost to whatever we were going to pay. We did not know, as you know, you know it better than me, that this litigation can drag a very long time. So there would have been money to be paid there. But there's also opportunity cost that is difficult to quantify, that We wanted to have stability.
Yeah.
We wanted to assure the investors, the lenders, that yes, there is permanent leadership. When you talk to them, the decision that you make with them, they have got 5 years to see them through. We were trying at that time to renegotiate the Nedbank law, and it was difficult. I remember I've attended, there was a high-level meeting which was called at ABSA, where they requested me as a chairperson. And they've raised the issue of stability at the top. And I think there was another meeting where Nedbank representative involved in the matter came to the company, and they've raised these issues. So the opportunity cost and the cost to litigation and other related costs, whether you were going to do a disciplinary hearing, there were costs involved, as I've outlined.
Even 10 million costs.
It could have been more. I mean, you know, in this profession, depending on who you employ, some would charge you a lot of money per day. So we don't know.
Do you believe that you had an unanswerable defense to those cases?
Yes. The case is a strong case, not only by my evidence, but by objective evidence that you were told in this commission. That in fact, we are taking steps to try to recover the money. So that evidence you were told. So that is the objective evidence. So it does not mean the fact that there was a settlement, it was waste of money. What I'm saying to you, you were not in the position of the board, you were not in the positions of those executives. Those executives and the board had to take a decision given the material condition at the time. And that decision was taken informed by a lot of dynamics. Considering the cost of 10 million that you're reading to me, we could have litigated more than 10 million. The opportunity cost more than 10 million and other related consideration which the board has considered. I don't expect you, with the limited information that you have, and not having the sight of deliberation and submissions which were given to the board to motivate settlement on those amounts, to find it reasonable. It's difficult for you to get there.
Yes,
because even the evidence that you are going through here omit the evidence which was presented to the board.
No, but that's why I'm debating it with you. You know, you say you're not surprised I can't understand.
Yes.
I'm simply saying to you, I'm not putting what I would want written in a report or a judgment or anything. I'm simply saying there seems to be a logical disjuncture. If there isn't, please tell us why.
Well, in the absence of these documents that I'm telling you, of course you wouldn't understand. It's logical. But if you were to take me through, this is what was presented to the board as far as the rationality of this settlement and this and this and this to you does not make sense. It's one thing to stand here today and go back 5 years and try to decide that no, that was wrong. And we were never in the shoes of those people who were making decisions at the time. And that was the time of a serious political turmoil in this country.
Right.
There were a lot of things happening in this country. We were preoccupied to save the company. We were preoccupied to satisfy the lenders and the investor to say we are stable. You can deal with us. The agreements we make with you will be honored because this executive have got 5 years to stay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mantsha. Chair, I'm going to move away from that whole topic and move to another one.
Yes.
I'm happy to start. Time is precious, particularly in this commission.
Yeah.
You want me to start?
I think you may start because we still have about 12 minutes or so.
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely happy to go however long you want as well.
Yes, okay.
All right. I want now, Mr. Mantsha, to get to the issue of benefits you may possibly have received from the Gupta family and their business associates. Now, let me just understand if I got your evidence previously. As I understood your evidence in an earlier session with us some weeks ago, you indicated that you sometimes traveled overseas during this period that the Commission is looking at. And sometimes you would travel on official business for Denel, in which case your traveling costs would be paid for by Denel, and we have no difficulty with that. But you also indicated that there were some trips that you would take that weren't for official business of Denel, and that you always paid for that yourself personally. Remember, you gave that evidence.
Indeed, Chairperson.
I'm doing justice to in my summary to your evidence.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Okay. And does that mean that whenever you traveled other than for official Denel business, which Denel would have paid for, whenever you went overseas for other reasons, let's call them personal reasons, you would pay for the air travel and the accommodation and related expenses?
Correct, Chairperson.
Right. Now, there are some documents in the bundle. Chair, may I take you, Chair, and the witness to the bundle specific to Mr. Mantsha? It's bundle 8, and it's exhibit W22.
Going to go back to this other bundle, or can they take it away?
No, they can take it away for the time being. I don't
Yeah.
think we're going to come back to it later, but perhaps if it's just kept somewhere
Okay.
fairly close.
You said bundle?
Sorry, it's bundle 8. It should have on the spine Denel bundle 08.
I've got W4, A.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mantsha, I didn't hear you. If you have that file, you'll find exhibit W22 starts at page 319. And if I can remind you, just look at the top left-hand corner for those page numbers. It's exhibit W22, Mr. Mantsha.
Will your junior assist him to find the file?
Yes, perhaps we should. Can someone approach the witness?
Yeah.
Okay,
Junior?
I see 22 this one.
Have you got it?
Yeah.
Thank you. And if I can take you, just to make sure we're talking on the same bundle, if you look at the top left-hand corner of each page for the page numbers, go to page 330. That was your first statement that we went through on the previous occasion.
What's the page number?
330, Chair.
330, okay.
330.
Yes. In your version, is that the first page of a statement that you signed?
Maybe you,
Do you not have...
registrar can help me.
Perhaps may my learned junior approach the witness and
Yes, sure.
assist to ensure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I'm told by Melinda Jr. that Mr. Mantsha has indicated privately to her that he would like a comfort break.
Oh, yeah. Then maybe we may as well take the lunch break.
As you please, Chair.
Yes. So let's take the lunch break and we'll resume at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Thank
We
you, Chair.
adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantsha, may I just make a request to you that's been passed on to me by the technical people who are doing the televising for the streaming of the evidence. Apparently, sometimes you sit back quite a bit, or sometimes turn, and I have no doubt what you're trying to do is just engage me in eye contact, which is a courteous thing in a way, but it means that sometimes particularly the voice doesn't get picked up. So if you don't mind, try and, I know it's difficult, rather than looking at me, try and look rather in the direction of the chair, because of course you're giving evidence to him ultimately rather than me. If you can try and do that, and then hopefully that will direct your voice towards the microphone. I know it's a bit of a bore to have to sort of remind yourself on that, but if you wouldn't mind just doing that, that will help.
Thank you.
Mr. Mantsha indicated that we were going to look into issues relating to your travel overseas and who paid them. We've had just over an hour for you to reflect over lunch. Is there anything you want to start with before I take you to individual documents in relation to your evidence just a short while back, that when you travelled overseas, if it was official business for Denel, it would be paid for by Denel. If it was any other business of your own, that would be that was paid for by yourself.
Well, I think without trying to waste time, we can answer document by document.
You want to do that? That's
as we move.
yes.
So I will explain the context of what I'm talking about.
Sure. Let's start, please. And Chair, we're still in Bundle 8 from page 465.
Sorry, which bundle are we in?
Bundle 8, page 465. It's the one that includes your statement that we were looking at just before lunch.
The
Is it
one
not?
we were looking at just before we adjourned.
Yes, Chair, I do have.
Okay, thank you. 465, please.
I do have, Chairperson.
All right, thank you. And you see, this is an invoice issued by Travel Excellence. We're a firm of travel agents, and it's an invoice that reflects some travel details, and in particular flights and visas. Now, if you look at the table in the middle, it's headed Emirates stroke SAA. You see that?
I do.
And then it refers to passenger. There are 3 passengers referred to in the first column under that heading passenger.
I can see.
The first is the name of Mr. Duduzane Zuma. I think it may have been misspelt, but that is Mr. Duduzane Zuma, not so?
Yes.
And the route is indicated as a particular flight on a particular date. The date, it appears, was the 7th of October. And we see from the date of the invoice itself, near the top right, just below the picture, or the logo rather, of Travel Excellence, it says date 10th of the 10th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
So we're talking about October 2015. And then the second passenger is Ms. Shanice, is it? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I think it's Shanice Zuma.
I can see that.
Is that the correct pronunciation to your knowledge?
Now, of course, I suffer from the same as you do.
But
the
don't you know her?
pronunciation.
Don't you know her? I don't know her, so that's why I'm suffering.
Look, I would assume from this, it would be Mr. Zuma's wife.
Yes, that's my understanding too.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, I think they were married just a bit earlier in 2015.
Yes.
And the flight details are exactly the same. And then the third passenger is your own name, is that right? Lugisani Daniel Mantsha.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The same flight details again, except that the date is different. For Mr. and Mrs. Duduzane Zuma, the date is the 7th of October, and in your case, it's the 6th of October, correct?
Correct.
And then it says Dubai visas times 2, and there's a charge for that, and a ticketing fee charge for that. Now, this appears to then reflect that a travel agent made bookings for air travel by yourself, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Duduzane Zuma, on the 6th or 7th of October, and also arranged things like visas. Do you recall having a trip, taking a trip to Dubai?
I do, Chairperson.
And that was at the same time, roughly, as Mr. and Mrs. Duduzane Zuma?
Correct, Chairperson.
Right. And we see that the invoice is made out by the travel agents to West Dawn Investments, Pty Limited. You see that?
I can see that, Chairperson.
And are you aware of the fact that West Dawn Investments was a shareholder in VR Laser?
I think, just getting back to my evidence, I indicated that yes, I knew around the time when we were doing due diligence for
Yes.
VR Asia as a partner of Denel, and this is around 2016, November, December, somewhere. Yeah,
Yeah.
then I knew then.
You knew then, and you confirm now that West Dawn was one of the shareholders in VR Laser.
Correct.
Correct. And is it correct that Mr. Duduzane Zuma himself personally was, at least at that stage, I don't know about now, but at that stage was a shareholder in West Dawn Investments?
That Mr. Zuma was a shareholder?
Yes.
Well, in 2016, when it appeared, he was a shareholder.
Yes. And Mr. Salim Essa was also a shareholder, is that correct?
Well, my recollection is Mr. Duduzane Zuma and Mr. Tony Gupta were the shareholder of the West.
Tony Gupta himself?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm not aware of Mr. Salim Issa being the shareholder
Okay.
of West Dawn.
All right. Thank you. And what was the purpose of this trip to Dubai?
Well, as I indicated, this was a personal trip that I undertook.
Personal as in a holiday, or is it personal as in you were doing business but not Denel business? You were doing
I
private
was not
business?
doing Denel business. It was
Were
my
you doing any
personal
other
trip.
business? Was it a holiday, or were you doing any other business?
Well, I was doing my own personal business at the time.
So it was for business reasons?
It was for my personal business.
Right. Non-Denel business reasons?
No, not Denel.
Yes.
And may I add this, Chairperson? I have a family, a brother direct after me, who lives in that country for probably 10 years now or more.
Your own brother?
My own brother,
Right.
who comes after me.
Yes.
And we have been talking about a lot of things. And this trip was undertaken in pursuant of some of the things that I've been talking to.
Sorry, in pursuit of?
This trip has been undertaken in pursuant of a lot of opportunities that myself and my younger brother have been talking about.
Business opportunities.
Yes, business opportunities.
I see. So those were business opportunities that you and your younger brother were pursuing. Did those business opportunities also involve Mr. Duduzane Zuma?
Not at all.
Not at
Not
all.
at all.
So why is it that West Dawn were invoicing, why is it that the travel agents were invoicing West Dawn Investments for tickets that were bought for, firstly, Mr. Duduzane Zuma, secondly, his wife, and thirdly, yourself?
I think I explained myself, Chairperson. I used Mr. Ashitra to arrange the trip.
Mr.
And-
Chawla?
You
Yes.
used Mr. Ashu.
Ashu.
Uh,
And I,
Ashu Chawla.
yes, you know,
Yes, okay.
I've got difficulties to pronounce properly.
Yes.
Yes.
So I've used him to arrange this, and I've given the background before. why I used him. So, of course, when you engage a person to arrange this, I didn't know which account he was using to pay the traveling. But the arrangement between me and him, he arranged, and he tells me how much it is, and then I settle it. So this was the arrangement here. He did indicate to me that Mr. Zuma would be undertaking the trip more or less the same time as I was.
Yeah.
So I knew that Mr. Zuma would be going to that place. I think we all know that Mr. Zuma is actually based in that part of the country.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you said you did explain previously, I think, why you used Mr. Chawla.
Yes.
Is that right? Please refresh my memory because I can't
Yeah,
remember.
what I did say, Chairperson, was that the first engagement I had with him is when I traveled to India.
And you found?
When I traveled to India,
Oh, okay.
he was doing some sort of a side business or side show to try to facilitate this kind of arrangements. So, for convenience sake, so I used him here, and I used him in other things as well, as to arrange for the trip. That's why this happened.
Now let's just, yes,
Sorry,
may I just take
Kennedy.
the witness through exactly that. If you're asking who was Mr. Chawla.
No, I just want to get this out of the way. He was not a travel agent. He was not owning a travel agency. Is that correct? Or did he? Mr. Chawla?
Well, owning a traveling agent in this sense,
No, I'm just, when you say you asked him to organize, as I understand, your traveling.
yes.
So I'm just trying to find out whether the reason you asked him may be connected with the fact that he had a travel agents anyway. So apart from other reasons, you
No.
wanted.
No, Chairperson, the first engagement was when I went to India. And he said, look, in future, if you have got this kind of things, contact me, I will arrange visa, whatever you need to save the convenience.
Talking about if you were traveling
If
on
I'm
business.
personally traveling, he would,
Or he
I
would
can ask him
arrange.
to arrange because
Good.
of, I'm sure he was doing a lot of these things for
Yeah.
a number of people.
Okay.
And he was able to secure whatever
Discounts or
discounts,
benefits. Okay.
for others.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you. Now, Mr. Chawla was in fact at that time the Chief Executive Officer of Sahara Computers, correct?
I'm not sure whether his position was chief executive, but what I'm sure of, he was working in one of the entities where the Gupta families were the owners or shareholders.
Yes, he was a very important part of the Gupta family business structures, correct?
Well, it seems so.
Yes. He, of course, has also been implicated in other issues relating to the Estina dairy farm, the way in which the Guptas obtained naturalization from the Home Affairs when Minister Gigaba was in office. And so his name has come up in this commission a number of times previously. Now, I'd just like to explore with you why you considered it appropriate to take up Mr. Chawla's suggestion that when you're doing travel trips overseas for your own personal business, either family recreation, holidays, or whatever, or family business like you were going to do with your younger brother, why would you use the CEO of a major company in the Gupta Empire to arrange your travel? If you couldn't do your own bookings online, or you couldn't get a secretary to do that, or somebody like that, wouldn't the obvious thing have been to go to a travel agent? Instead, you go to Mr. Chawla, who presumably is, and certainly my information is that he was at the time Group CEO of Sahara. In any event, he was a prominent businessman. Why would you be using him to make your own personal travel arrangements? Why not? Why didn't you go to a travel agent like Travel Excellence? We know he didn't do it himself. He didn't sit late at night on his computer going into Emirates' website and make the bookings. He used Travel Excellence.
Well, Chairperson, we are entitled to arrange our own affairs. And whatever information you have about Mr. Chua, who he is, how he's implicated on other things, I'm not here to talk about that.
Okay.
But there was nothing wrong, and I don't see anything wrong for an individual like myself at the time when there was convenience, and I took the convenience.
I see.
So I'm not going to get into who he is or who he's described.
Very well.
It was convenient for me at the time to actually take the offer. He has done it before, and there was no reason for me to say I cannot deal with it. I don't have that.
Can I suggest a reason why it may have been considered inappropriate, not prudent, not sensible? And that is, you had recently been taken over as the chairperson of a major state entity, Denel, which, as we know, has done a great deal of business with Denel, or entered into a number of very lucrative contracts with Denel, particularly during the time that you were chairperson. Did you not at least feel, or with the benefit of hindsight, do you not feel now that perhaps it was a bit unfortunate? I take your point that at least in theory, people are allowed to run their lives as they see fit. But when you're occupying a very prominent and responsible position, such as the chairperson of the board of Denel, which is doing business or potentially going to do business on a massive scale, we're talking hundreds of millions of rands in terms of the contracts that were awarded to VR Laser. Did you not feel at least that you had to be showing to the world that you were at arm's length from the Guptas, rather than picking up the phone and chatting to one of their senior executives and saying, I'd like to go to Dubai, will you sort out the travel arrangements? Do you not understand, do you not appreciate now, at least with the benefit of hindsight, that the perception is not a fortunate one? It doesn't tell the nation out there good things if you behind the scenes are making private arrangements with Gupta executives.
Well, with respect, Chairperson, I think let me put the context correctly. VR Laser got the contract with Denel way before my board and myself were appointed as non-executive directors of Denel. Already they were in the so-called UFSTAR project, which I think evidence before you estimated how much they were going to get out of it.
Sorry, which project? The UFSTAR.
UFSTAR.
Sorry, thank
Yes.
you. I didn't hear you.
And I think there was another one, Platform Hall, whatever thing.
Platform Hulls, that's correct.
So those contracts were entered before we were even appointed. So the question that you're trying to say that, doesn't it dawn on me that asking such a person to arrange this while this person is linked with the Gupta's family, who were a shareholder of VR, that is what you're saying to me. Let me explain this to you. I have always known VR as Mr. Salim Issa's person.
Sorry, you have always known who?
I've always known VR as owned by Mr. Issa. At no stage until the due diligence on VRSA in preparation of the Denel Asia then revealed some, I think was 15% or whatever, that Tony Gupta and Duduzani Zuma has. So I was surprised, and I remember I did ask Mr. Tony Gupta, I said, well, I didn't know you part of VR South Africa. Mr. Tony Gupta told me a story, and he said to me, look, we are not interested in the defense business. But what happened? Salim Issa borrowed money from them. And when he borrowed money from them, as he was struggling, then there was an agreement to take some shareholding. And they said, look, we did not even want to talk to you about this because we don't want to interfere with what you do. So, just in short, I did not even know that they had some percentage in VRSA. I did not know until the due diligence revealed that. And I did ask the question, and I was given an explanation.
May I just ask, again, I'm speaking on behalf of the technicians who've asked me to pass this on. Quite often you keep moving your face away from the mic, and I see you also tapping something. I don't know if it's the desk or the book or whatever. If you can try
my
not to
apology, Chairperson. In my upbringing, I'm told when a person is talking to you, you must look at him to show respect. So I'm very sorry, Mr. Kennedy, but I feel when I turn my back on you and you're talking, it's disrespect.
Mr. Mantsha, I actually credited you with good manners earlier for doing that. And it's a natural human instinct as well.
Yeah.
But may I just suggest in your
Just keep
cultural
on trying.
terms... Sorry, yes. I just want to suggest the president here is not me. It is the chairperson of the inquiry who has to be addressed. But thank you for that. But in fact, yes, you're right that there were certain contracts between VR Laser and Denel before you took up the position of chairperson of the board. But there were also a number of major contracts that were awarded to VR Laser after you took up the chairpersonship, not so.
I do not have recollection or knowledge of those contracts. I see on the papers, before this commission, there were contracts between DLS and VR. And those contracts, they serve in the DLS board. They don't serve in the main board. So I was not even aware that there were those contracts until I see these documents. And I've read Mr. Stephanie Berger, the then CEO of Denel Line System, how he explained those contracts. I read various statements, how people who were involved explained those contracts. But none of those contracts served before the main board, which I was chairing.
But did you not give approval for one of those contracts where Mr. Mlambo, the head of procurement at the Denel Group level, had refused to sign it off?
Well, with respect, Chairperson, I have never dealt with procurement people. My board has never dealt with procurement people. We have never dealt with any contract between VRSA to any entity of Denel. The only matter that we have dealt with VR related is VR Asia in partnership with Denel. That is the only VR matter which served before the board.
Now, during your trip to Dubai, on this occasion, we're talking about early October 2015, did you socialize with or have any meetings or encounters with Mr. Duzani Zuma and his wife?
Of course, yes. I did socialize with them.
I'm not suggesting it's necessarily wrong. I'm just asking about the fact. So, why were you socializing with them, if I may ask? Were you friends from before this?
Well, Mr. Duduzane Zuma is well known to me. It's somebody that I've known for quite some time. We were in the same place. Of course, we did socialize. I don't remember how many times, how many minutes we met, but we did socialize. Because I think we were even staying in the same place, if I may remember. I did socialize with him.
I'm sorry to have interrupted. I beg your pardon. Sorry, are you finished?
He says at some stage they stayed in the same place.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I heard that. I interrupted him, and I just wanted to make sure he completed his sentence. Because
Okay.
I'd
No,
interrupted.
I've completed.
You
this.
completed, thank you. And what was that same place? Was that a hotel or his private residence or somebody else's private residence, your brother's perhaps?
Well, look, I'm speaking under correction, but I was staying in a hotel. I think, I'm speaking under correction, that he was also staying in the same hotel. But I'm speaking under correction because it's quite a while ago.
He, at least at a certain stage, owned his own property, residential property in Dubai, not so?
Well, Chairperson, with respect, I don't know whether Mr. Duduzane Zuma owns a place in
You don't
Dubai
know.
or he doesn't.
Okay, thank you. If you don't know, you just simply have to say that. Thank you.
He has given evidence about property that he lives in Dubai. I'm saying Mr. Duduzane Zuma has given evidence before the commission about
Yes.
a property in which he lives in Dubai.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to. But the witnesses, I understand it, you don't have personal knowledge of that yourself.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now, did you say that your arrangement with Mr. Chawla was that he would do the arrangements, make the arrangements, and then presumably send you the travel tickets and so forth? Is that right?
Yeah, he would do the arrangement
Yes.
and tells me how much it's going to cost, and then I settle.
So would he contact you each time to say, I can get you a flight on the 6th as you want, and the cost is going to be X number of rands? Is that okay? Can I go ahead? How did he do it?
No, of course, I would speak to him, and he would go around, and he would come back to me with some arrangement, and if we agree, and then we pursue the arrangement.
Okay. Now, I see that your travel tickets, the airfare was 28,860 Rand with airport taxes of just over 4,000 Rand, which then gave, just for your air ticket, presumably return, 33,280 Rand. And I'm going to leave out of account for a moment the visas and the ticketing fee because it's not clear exactly which are the two individuals, whether you're one of them. Let's simply look at the airfare. So he would have got confirmation from you that he could proceed to make those bookings.
Yes, of course.
Did he make those inquiries of you, or did he get the travel agents to do so?
The inquiries about cost and everything.
Yes.
Now, remember, I had asked him, that was his responsibility.
Right. You see, what I find interesting, and I'd like to give you a chance to comment on it, is that when the arrangements were made and an invoice was made out, it was made out by the travel agents, not to you, not to Mr. Duduzane Zuma either. It was made out to West Dawn Investments. Why were you not invoiced? It was going to be your travel. It was your personal business with your brother. You were not going on a business trip with Mr. Duduzane Zuma, correct?
Well, I think the logic is very simple. The invoice is directed to the party that Mr. Chawe indicated to whoever was arranging. Please, these are the details. And that is something not within my knowledge. Whoever he was asking where the invoice should go, that was his own arrangement.
But isn't it surely, again, with the benefit of hindsight, now that you know that the Gupta Empire and their dealings have become matters of huge public and media interest and controversy, and have been the subject of many days of very lengthy evidence before the learned chairperson in this commission. With the benefit of hindsight, do you not appreciate that it may be regarded by the public when they see evidence like this, that you were traveling at about the same time as Mr. Duduzane Zuma and his wife, to the same city? You've now said you were staying in the same place. You think it was a hotel where you stayed with him. And the arrangements were not only made by Mr. Chawla, CEO of Sahara, which was part, well, you may not be sure about that, but he was an executive of the Gupta Empire. And that not only the arrangements, but actually the invoicing and payment has been done by West Dawn Investments. Do you not understand that it isn't exactly compatible, I would suggest, with your being the chairperson of a state-owned entity, which is doing business with their group? It hardly gives one the feeling or reassurance that you're acting at arm's length from the Guptas and their business interests. May have been convenient to you. Let's accept that for a moment. My problem is not convenience to you, it's perceptions. Gives the perception that you're buddies with the Guptas and their empire.
Well, look, with respect, Mr. Kennedy, it of course depends where you stand.
Yes.
It depends where you stand. And where I stood then, at the time of arrangement, there was nothing sinister to make this arrangement. I think I've explained what I knew at the time and what I didn't know at the time. Where we sit today, there are many allegations against this family and the associated business.
Yes.
I'm certainly not here to talk about the merits or dismerits of those.
Absolutely.
All I can say is this arrangement was made and there was nothing wrong. That says to me, in my private capacity, as a non-executive chairperson of Denel by then, with the knowledge that I knew, with the knowledge I had, there was nothing wrong to do this.
I'm asking you with the knowledge you have now.
And whether the perception, I think, again, when you're in a decision of authority, and when you're in a position of authority, and when you are in a position where you have to decide certain matters before you, yes, you can consider perceptions, but you don't necessarily have to make a decision on perception. As I'm saying to you, what perception would these mean? That, as you said, I'm not acting in arm's length with these people.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying to you is, as far as I sit here, that perception where I stood and where I am, it has to be based on certain facts and certain knowledge.
Yeah.
I did not have the facts to base that perception. I did not have the knowledge to base that.
But you have the facts and knowledge now. Let's assume in your favor that at that time you were not aware that the Guptas and Salim Issa were actively involved in a company called VR Laser in doing business with Denel. Let's assume that that's right. But that's what you knew at the time. You didn't know at the time on your version. Now you do know. That's why I'm asking for you with your current knowledge, not just simply your knowledge at the time. So I can fully understand if you said to us, yes, at the time I had no reason to feel that this might be regarded inappropriately. But with the benefit of hindsight, now that what has come out is that VR Laser actually was very much involved in doing business with Denel, not just before, but very much after as well. And there have been huge allegations before the learned Deputy Chief Justice in the Commission that their procurement regulations and so forth were flouted, and where procurement officials left in despair that their advice to try and keep the Denel procurement process legal. All of that has led to a number of controversial aspects. Do you not feel, say, well, at the time, I think it was fine, based on my knowledge then, but with the knowledge I now have, I do accept that it could be perceived by reasonable people as having a disturbing connotation. You know the expression that justice must be done, it must be seen to be done. Well, independence, objectivity, a lack of bias by a chairperson of an inquiry mustn't only be done, but also be seen to be done. And that's why, surely, as a chairperson of a major corporation, you should be keeping it absolutely at arm's length. Do you not agree with that?
Well, absolutely, I don't agree from the premise you move.
Yes.
Because I see contradiction in what you were asking me earlier and what you're saying me now. What you're saying to me now is then, as the former chair, this VR, which I knew it was owned by Mr. Salim Issa, was irregularly appointed into Denel in various contracts, before and after I was appointed. I've answered you. I said, as far as after my appointment, the contract with DLS, the only time I saw that, it was when I received the papers of the commission. And the contract with the Webster contract and the whole platform contract, those contracts were made before my appointment. And I think I've indicated earlier, Chair, that in terms of the transformation imperative, and Denel being a defense company, where in that space, we were of course told that there was no company, a black-owned company, that is getting business from Denel on the core business. Therefore, the VR Laser SA, which was, by the way, owned before Mr. Issa, was owned by some white people. And then Mr. Issa bought this company from these white people. When he bought this company, the company, of course, became a black-owned company. When the company became a black-owned company, we were told, of course, in terms of what Denel was expected to do to transform the defense industry in the country, that VR helps Denel to achieve that. So it has been a plus from the information we received that the relationship between Denel and VR was founded on the basis that VR is black-owned, VR does supply Denel on the main business because they were building some vehicle, whatever. So that was the case for VR.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Mantsha. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're asking a different question that you would like me to ask, perhaps. And that is, was it a good idea for Denel to do business with VR Laser? And you're suggesting that, well, because of black economic empowerment objectives, which obviously are not just good objectives, but in fact part of government policy and legislation, all of that is telling us what you've already told us a number of times, which is that it was important that Denel should transform and give business to black people within the economy, not just simply white people. All of that you've said a number of times, and that obviously does answer the question, was it a good idea for Denel to do business with VR Laser? That's simply not the question. The question was simply this: when the company was doing business with VR Laser, which is connected to the Guptas and Mr. Duduzane Zuma and Mr. Salim Issa, who was very much of the Gupta Empire, was it not perhaps inappropriate for you to be taking the assistance of Mr. Chawla of the Gupta corporate structures? Because that could give rise to wrong, in your view, wrong perceptions. Mr. Saluji, of course, has said you were basically far too closely aligned with the Gupta interests and you interfered, and that's why you got rid of him. Now, I'm not expecting you to admit that he's being truthful there, but the chairperson has had that evidence. With respect, the chairperson, will probably want to consider whether there's any substance in Mr. Saluji's evidence. And this is your chance to show why there is no substance. And I just want to invite you again to focus your answer on the specific, simple question.
Yeah. Look, Chairperson, I'm focusing my answer. When I started to answer, I said I disagree with the premises upon which you based the assumption of perception. And I then went further to say, what you're telling me is contradiction from what you were asking me before. Because I would expect the Commission to probe certain things without contradicting itself.
Mr. Mantsha, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but may I just ask you to exert a little discipline on your own evidence? With respect, you are here to give evidence, not to criticize the Commission or its evidence leader in how we may or may not arguably have been contradicting. With respect, we're not at a stage of legal argument here. And perhaps you must just forget for a moment that you are an attorney, and maybe your instinct may be, as many lawyers is, to try and find contradictions and so forth. All I'm asking you for is a simple answer to the simple question, not to be criticizing how I have put the question. You wouldn't mind?
Without offending you, Mr. Kennedy.
Just hang on, Mr. Mantsha. Just repeat your question, Mr. Kennedy. Just want to follow the answer.
Yes.
Just repeat the question.
Leave aside the issue of whether it was a good idea for Denel to do business with VR Laser. The fact was that it was doing and continued to do major business with VR Laser. Would it not have been better, with the benefit of hindsight, to not accept the assistance of Mr. Chawla of the Guptas in relation to your personal dealings? Because otherwise it could give rise to the reasonable impression of people out there that you were not at arm's length, that there was a cozy relationship between you and the Guptas and their associates. That's the question.
I disagree with that, Chairperson. I repeat, my answer is no. Mr. Chawla was an employee, yes, I agree. But whether, you see, a perception, Chairperson, depends where you stand. And I'm not here to try to talk about what someone should have perceived. I'm just here to explain the basis of my arrangement and my knowledge, and the basis upon which Mr. Kennedy says perception can be formed here, that there's a cozy relationship. Well, I disagree with it. I mean, my arrangement with Mr. Chawla does not mean any cozy relationship with the Gupta family. Here I am as a chairperson of Denel. Denel was already at that time given, I think, over 200 million contract to VR Laser. So what I've done with Mr. Chawla had nothing to do with either VR or anything else.
Well,
Mr. Chawla, sorry, Chairperson.
Yeah,
Mr. Chawla was doing this in his personal capacity, not as an employee of the Gupta company.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Mr. Kennedy has put the proposition that at that time, that Denel was continuing to do business with entities associated with the Gupta family. Do you accept that?
Well, I think, let us be specific, was doing business with VR Laser.
VR Laser.
Yes.
Yeah, at least that one. Are you saying you, as you sit there, see nothing wrong with the chairperson of the board of an SOE, which is doing business with a certain entity, having what Mr. Kennedy calls a cozy relationship with, let us say, somebody closely associated with that entity? Let's start just there. Then we are just testing the general proposition. As if somebody said to you, let us say now you are being interviewed for a position to take the position of chairperson of one of the SOEs. Now you are asked, is it proper for the chairperson of a board of an SOE to have a cozy relationship with somebody closely associated with an entity that is doing business with the SOE? Would your answer be, there's nothing wrong with that, or would your answer be, there is something wrong with that?
Well, my answer will be, there is nothing wrong, because that person that we're talking about, I'm specific on my matter.
General.
I'm not talking in general terms. I'm specific on my matter. He's not a shareholder of the company. He's not the company himself. He does that in his own personal capacity. So if we then sit and say, if you relate with somebody in his personal capacity who works for XYZ, you might be perceived to be having a cozy relationship. Yes, I understand somebody can come with that perception, but another person might say, well, what is the basis of that perception? I don't agree with the perception. So what I'm saying, as I answer now, I don't see anything wrong with that arrangement because it had no bearing with my work, it had no bearing with the Chawe's work.
At this stage, I'm not talking about the specific situation you were involved in. I'm just testing a general proposition because as a director of a board and as chairperson of a board, it would be important to understand what you understand as acceptable relationships for board members to be involved in, as well as for management, CEOs of your company. So, are you saying if you were the chairperson of the board of Denel today, and VR Laser continue to do business with Denel, you would see nothing wrong with you having a cozy relationship, even if in your personal capacity, with somebody closely associated with VR Laser?
Well, for correction point, Chairperson, I never had cozy relationship with my patron.
Yes, but you talk about your case. I'm talking about the general.
Well, I think...
Let's not say you. Let us say Mr. X. Let us say Mr. X.
Chairperson, I appreciate that intimation from the chairperson. But again, Chairperson, I'm talking to a chairperson who comes from a background that his case depends on its own merits. So it's one thing for me here to sit and talk in general terms. I think, Chairperson, I would refrain from talking in general terms. I would only speak to explain what I knew at the time, what were my reasons at the time, and how I conducted my affairs in certain areas. But in general terms, Chairperson, I wouldn't want to sit here and say, because when we get into the area of perception, there are so many perceptions about everything that we do.
But you see, Mr. Mantsha, talking in general terms has an important place because it enables me to know what values you subscribe to. If, for example, I'm looking for the chairperson of an SOE board, I must be looking for somebody who has certain values. And those values you start testing by in general. Then you can, when you have a specific situation, you test that specific situation against the general values to say, well, if somebody subscribes to these values, then they won't do A, B, C, D when such a situation arises because they believe in these values. So that's why I'm putting the general, because when you put the general, that's when it's going to be easy to say, okay, let's go to a specific situation. You might say, in terms of the general, you might say, the one I put to you, as long as I am acting in my personal capacity with somebody closely related to or associated via laser, I see nothing wrong. But if I'm acting in my capacity as chairperson of Denel, and Denel is having business dealings with via laser, I can see a problem. Or you might say, well, whether I'm acting in my personal capacity or in my capacity as chairman of Denel, it's problematic to have that causal relationship with that person.
I really appreciate that question, Chairperson. And of course, my values are, you cannot place yourself as a non-executive director in a position of conflict. I subscribe to those values. And I subscribe to the values that exercise your fiduciary responsibility in a transparent and for the interest of the company that you serve. Those are the values that I subscribe. And that is, in general terms, what I subscribe to and what I conducted my affairs as the chairperson at the time, not place myself in a conflict situation where I had to decide about certain transactions with the people that I have, one way or the other, an association. That I subscribe.
Mr. Kennedy, do you want to take it from there?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to just take the witness, if I may, to a couple more page references.
Yeah.
If I can ask you, please, to turn to page 434. That is the 434. That's the actual travel itinerary from Travel Excellence. It seems for the same trip. Specific to you, is that right?
434.
434, yes, Mr. Mantsha.
Just bear with me, Chairperson.
Yes, if you can find 434, that's all I'm asking you.
Yes, I do have 434.
So that's the travel itinerary for your own trip, correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
And now 449.
449.
That's an email from Mr. Chawla to Halima Alana at Travel Excellence. You see that?
449.
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
And it's headed under the subject, Mr. Mantsha's passport. And then he says, please apply Dubai visa. And then we see attached, it seems that what may have been attached to that was your passport copy on the previous page. Is that right?
It appears so, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go to 453. There's an email from Travel Excellence, the travel agents, to Mr. Chawla. In fact, we see his email address is ashu@sahara.co.za. And the attachments refers to your name. And then it says, Dear Ashu, please see attached tickets. So all of this seems to have been part of the transaction relating to that particular trip. Correct?
It appears so.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you said your arrangement with Mr. Chawla was that he would make the arrangements, he would do so in his personal capacity, and then you would pay him back.
Yes.
Is that right? Why then is the invoice not in his name, Mr. Chawla's name? Why was it in the name of West Dawn Investment?
Well, I think that is for Mr. Chawe to explain.
Yes, obviously, I mean, what do you know why?
Of course, I don't know why.
Don't know why. Okay.
Sorry, can I explain this?
Yes, sure.
When you ask a traveling agent or somebody to arrange the travel, you of course don't know from, the pre-existing or the pre-arrangement traveling. You don't know from which account they will pay the people they are dealing with. So I don't know, Mr. Chawe can explain that.
Okay. Did you actually pay back the
I did pay
28,000
I
plus
did
VAT?
pay him.
Did you pay him?
Yes.
Okay, because it was invoiced not to him but to West Dawn. Did you pay back West Dawn or did you pay back Mr. Chawla?
I would assume that he wouldn't use the money that was not his and not pay. So I would assume when he received the money, he paid whoever he was supposed to pay.
Do you recall how you paid him back? Was it in cash or an EFT or what did you do?
I paid him in cash.
In cash?
Yes.
28,000 Rand in cash that you had lying around?
I'm not sure exactly whether it was 28 as that, but I think there was some little bit, maybe just a little bit over that.
Yes, that's right. We've seen it. I'm rounding it off for convenience. I don't want to have to repeat the full.
Was
last-
any invoice
right down
sent
the
to
last
you?
rand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy. Was any invoice sent to you, and if so, by whom? West Dawn or Mr. Chawla?
No invoice was sent to me. He would then say to me, this is the cost, and then I would settle him. So that was the arrangement.
He would tell you over the phone or something, or you could be meeting or something.
We would sometime talk face to face. I don't know in this instance,
Yes.
how did we communicate it? It could have been face to face.
Yeah.
So I don't have recollection.
Okay, but what you confirm is that you never received any invoice.
No, it was all verbal from him. This is how much it cost, and then I would give him the money.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy?
So because it was in cash, if I asked you to produce proof that you made payment, for example, a bank statement for an EFT or whatever, you couldn't come up with that, presumably.
Well, Chairperson, I don't understand what the question is supposed to mean.
I'm sorry, just answer the question rather than puzzle over what it's supposed to mean, unless you say it is not clear, in which case I'm quite happy to explain what I think was a very clear question, but I'm happy to repeat it if you want.
The question is, do you have proof that you paid him?
Well, I have the proof that I've paid him. As I'm telling to you, I've paid him. And if you're then asking me how I paid, I told you that I've paid him in cash.
Yes.
If you then ask me, produce
A
where you
receipt.
got that cash. I mean, we do business, we do receive cash. And so at any given time, then there's a cash that I have. And I use that.
You didn't make him sign any receipt of that money.
Well, Chairperson, these are personal arrangements.
No,
And
I,
this is not anybody to crook you.
yeah,
So, when we act as ordinary people out there, if I come to you as a friend and say, look, I'm short with 5,000 to pay the school fees. You said, my friend, here's 5,000 Rand. You're not going to get me to sign a loan agreement and that I will pay you at the end of the month when I get paid. That is not how, loosely we relate to one another.
Mr. Kennedy.
But in this type of situation, it didn't just involve Mr. Chawla. It also involved the West Dawn. So what would have happened if West Dawn's accountants or auditors had come to you and said, we see that our company, West Dawn, has paid 28,000 odd for a business ticket for you to Dubai and back. And we've been told within West Dawn that it has nothing to do with West Dawn business. It's just a private arrangement between Mr. Chawla and you. Can you pay back? You wouldn't have anything to show him, not the auditor.
Well, of course, I would have relied on the bona fide of Mr. Chawla.
Mr. Chawla.
Yes.
And if he was run over by a bus or emigrated, you would have nothing to prove. That's my simple point.
Well, all I'm trying to say to you, with the example that I've given to you,
Yeah.
I borrow money for school fees from you. I get run by the bus. No agreement.
I understand your
So, of course, it's your loss.
I understand your logic.
Yes.
Yes. May I now look at another travel arrangement that appears to have been made by Mr. Chawla on your behalf? Can I take you, please, to page 429? Do you have that?
I do.
Now, on this page 429 and the next few pages, there are a number of emails that relate to a flight that was being arranged on the air service called Freedom Air Services. Now, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a private charter company that provides chartered planes to those who can afford it. Is that your understanding too?
Yes.
Right. And it appears from this, if we look, for example, halfway down on page 429, it's an email from Ashu. Now, Ashu, we know, is the first name of Mr. Chawla, and his email address we see at the top is ashu@sahara.co.za. So halfway down, do you see it says, thanks, Ashu, and then it says, from Ashu, sent 05 August 2015. You see that?
I can see it.
And it's addressed to Freedom Ops. Subject, updated passenger list for owner.
Yes.
Here, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, Nitin G. Here is the final passenger list arriving tomorrow with ZSOAK, which presumably is a flight number, or rather a plane registration number. Mrs. Anguri Gupta, Mr. Rajesh Gupta. Now, I understand Mr. Rajesh Gupta is known generally as Mr. Tony Gupta, is that right?
Correct.
And together with him, Mrs. Arti Gupta, Mr. Sashank Singala. Now, there's been evidence that Singala is actually part of the wider Gupta family. Do you confirm that, or don't you know?
What?
The Singalas are part of the Gupta family.
Yeah, I think the person you're referring to is the son of one of the Gupta brothers. Yeah.
And then there's another person also with the surname Singala. So it's Mr. Amankant Singala. And then also Mr. Salim Essa. And then also yourself, Mr. Lubisani Daniel Mantsha. And then also Mr. Gijsbert van der Berg. So do you recall actually going on a plane trip operated by a private charter company?
Yes.
Organized by the Guptas?
Yes.
And with the Guptas?
Yes.
And arranged by Mr. Chawla, the very same Chawla we've just been dealing with. Right. And that was where to?
This was to India.
To India.
Yes.
Right. And what was this business? What was this trip for? Personal or business?
Personal trip.
Personal trip. And is it correct that they paid for your ticket?
Chairperson, this was a lift that I got from them because this was, in my understanding, their flight.
Their flight?
Yes.
When you say you mean their flight, do you mean that they owned the plane or that they organized this flight on a plane that they chartered?
My understanding is they owned this flight.
I see. And so why were you getting a lift from them? It's not that common that one picks up a lift from somebody with a chartered jet to take one to India. Why were you favored by this arrangement?
Well, firstly, as I said, this was not a chartered jet. This was, according to my knowledge, the plane they owned. And in the course of interaction, as I said, I've interacted with them. I expressed the desire to visit this part of the world just to explore for myself. And then they said to me, look, we will be going there sometime, and we can give you a lift. So, of course, I was fine with that. And I think if you just look at the documents, I think the visas was made sometime, so the trip kept on, I think, being postponed for one reason or the other. But this was the flight they're on, and the background of it. We had discussions sometime. I expressed interest to visit this place for my own. And there was a lift, which they said, when we go there, we will invite you. And the opportunity came, and I took it.
When you say it was a lift, my understanding of a lift is that you don't pay, it's free. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
This was a lift. The arrangement was that, look, when we travel that side, we will let you know and give you a lift.
Okay.
And indeed, when they traveled that side, they indicated to me, we're traveling that side, the lift is here. So I took the lift, and then I went.
Do you have a recollection of how long before that trip you might have indicated them you had a desire to go to that part of the world?
I think...
Was it 2015? Was it earlier?
No, I think it's as early as 2014.
Or as early as 2014?
Yeah, as early as 2014.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before or after you became chairperson of the board?
Before I became a chairperson
Before you,
of the board.
yes. I might have forgotten something you might have told me previously. How long had you known the Guptas or Mr. Salim Essa prior to being part of the board of Denel?
I've known them as from 2014. I mean, to have direct contact.
Okay. Early part of 2014?
It should have been around May, June.
Around May, June 2014?
Yeah, somewhere there.
Okay. And who in particular were you dealing with at that time that you had met or had contact with in the Gupta family? Or
At that time, the person who was mainly involved in the media business was Mr. Tony Cook.
Yeah.
And of course, my interaction started with him being a stakeholder in the portfolio where I was assisting a minister.
And, Ms. Faith Mthambi.
Interacted with issues relating to, the media landscape.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And when you went to that, on that trip to India, thanks to the free lift that you got from the Guptas in their privately owned plane, did you in fact travel around as a tourist in India?
Yes. When I got there, I moved around to see. I think I visited a lot of places, around the cities where I was.
Yeah.
I was in Mumbai.
I don't think we need all the details. I'm just asking generically.
I visited the place.
And were you taken around by the Guptas to show you the tourist spots, or did you go without them?
No, I went on my own.
On your own?
Yes.
You see, it's significant that it seems that on this passenger list, there's a whole large number of Guptas and Singhalas, all part of the overall Gupta family. And then somebody called Mr. Mantsha, and you don't have family with you. Was it your habit to travel on your own as a person completely on his own, traveling in a foreign country?
I think at one of the occasions, I think probably we were in Delhi. I think two of their youngsters, I think, accompanied me to some place.
Two of the Gupta youngsters.
Yeah, just trying to give me a lead, because it's quite a very congested place. It's very highly, densely populated. I think on one occasion, yes, they walk around with me, but more often you get your own movement. I move with mine.
I see. And did you declare to Denel, because by this stage, of course, you were recently you'd recently assumed office as the chairperson of Denel. Did you disclose to Denel as a benefit the fact that you'd received a free flight from the Guptas?
Well, firstly, it depends where you sit. I did not.
Sorry, who sits? I'm asking you. Yes. You sat as the chairperson of Denel.
Well, I'm saying this was a personal trip.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mantsha. Really, I don't want to go into another day of evidence here.
Yes.
We really need to try and focus on the question. Simply, I didn't ask you where you sat or where anybody sat. I said, you by this stage had recently taken up office as chairperson of Denel. Did you declare it as a benefit? The answer would be either, yes, I did, or no, I didn't.
No, of
and then
course
you can
I didn't.
expect, sorry, please let me finish. And then if you say no, one can expect, although you shouldn't as a witness be trying to anticipate everything, but you can know. What I would then ask is, why not? Didn't you think it appropriate? And you might say, well, no, I didn't think it appropriate. That's why I didn't, and this is the reason.
Well, to start with, this was something undertaken in my private capacity as a non-executive.
Did you declare it, Mr. Mantsha?
Of course I didn't. There was
You
no
don't have to
reason
say,
for me
of
to
course,
declare.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I'm sorry. He did say earlier on, but I think the two of you were talking at the same time. He did not declare it. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He did say earlier on,
Yes.
but I think at that time you
Yes.
might not have heard him because the two of you were talking
Yes.
at the same time. He did say he did not declare it.
He did not declare it.
Yeah.
Then I missed it. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I'm just trying to keep answers a little shorter, if you wouldn't mind. You'll be aware that the chairperson is under huge pressure to finish the huge work of this commission, and we really can't have yet another day having to hear your evidence. So you didn't. Now, in a sentence or two, please try and keep your answers brief. Why did you feel that you didn't need to? You started by saying, and then I interrupted you. You started by saying, because this was a personal thing. Just please finish the answer.
Yeah, but Chairperson, can I also say this? I understand the urgency of the commission to finish work. I also don't want to keep on coming. But at the same time, I think I must be given an opportunity to explain what I think is appropriate as I'm giving the answers. It's up to you to decide otherwise. But
Yes,
what I'm saying,
maybe I could say this. What does help, Mr. Mantsha, is when a question requires a yes or no, is to start by saying yes. Or if you say no, you say no, even if you might have an explanation. Because when you start with an explanation before you can say yes or no, it does create a problem. But preferably, if you can just say yes, if it's yes. If you would like to explain, you can say, I would like to explain.
Chairperson, what I'm explaining here is I did not declare because I did not see any conflict or possible conflict of interest. I did not declare. And my understanding is you declare where there is conflict of interest.
Well, we could debate that, the legality and the business ethics and so forth. I'm not proposing to do that this afternoon. We're here just to deal with facts. The next page I'd like you to go to, please, sorry, Chair, is page 478.
We have an indication somewhere, Mr. Kennedy, or are you going to deal with at some stage what the monetary value of that lift was?
I haven't dealt with that, but perhaps I should do that on your guidance. Mr. Mantsha, it would cost, if you hadn't taken that lift on the privately owned jet of the Gupta family, how much would you have had to have paid if you'd paid like the rest of us, a normal airfare with a normal commercial airline?
I don't know.
Well, we know that your ticket to Dubai, which is very roughly the same sort of distance from South Africa to Dubai as is to India, we know that cost about 28,000. Would you agree it would be that in that sort of ballpark? Not precisely.
Chairperson, I won't speculate. I don't know.
Okay.
Can I take you now, please, to page 478? This again is a series of emails in which Mr. Chawla is an active participant. And this refers, as I understand it, to a reservation at the Oberoi Hotel in Dubai. If you see the subject, about 5 lines from the top. You see that?
Yes, I do.
The date of that email was the 2nd of January 2016. And this appears to be, if one looks at the text, I'm not going to read it all out, but it seems to be an email from or between Mr. Chawla and the hotel in question to confirm a booking for you to stay at the Oberoi Hotel in Dubai. Do you recall, did you have a trip to Dubai in January 2016? And did you stay at the Oberoi Hotel?
I think I did, yes.
You think you did?
Yeah.
And it refers to, at the foot of the page, in fact, the bottom email, there are a whole lot of different lines which don't always make sense. They're sort of electronic jargon, as it were. But there's an email about 3/4 of the way down. It says, "Dear Mr. Mantsha, thank you for choosing the Oberoi Dubai. We are pleased to confirm your reservation and look forward to welcome you to the Oberoi Dubai. From room reservations," and at the foot of the page, it gives arrival date Sunday, the 3rd of January, 2016. Transfer, please advise, and then departure date, the 6th of January. So it was a 3 or 4 day trip that you took to Dubai, or at least stayed at the Oberoi Hotel during a trip to Dubai. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And again, these arrangements were made by Mr. Chawla on your behalf. Is that
Correct.
As a personal favor to you.
No, not as a
Not.
personal favor. I paid for the arrangement.
You paid for this.
Yes.
But I mean, the actual making of arrangements was done as a personal favor to you.
No, it was not
No.
a personal favor.
So why did Mr. Chawla do it at all? He wasn't doing it in his capacity, you told us earlier, making arrangements for you as an executive in the Gupta family business empire.
I think, to repeat myself, Chairperson, I said he was running a side show, a side business for himself.
Sideshow.
Yes.
Even though travel excellence.
So it's not
wasn't
like
his own.
it's not like he was doing favor to me. He was not only arranging these things only for me.
Did you not only reimburse him but also reward him for his troubles? In other words, I'll pay you back the 20-odd thousand or whatever it might be, and I'll put in an extra 5,000 to pay you for your trouble.
Well, there was a smaller extra fee
I
to
see.
him. Yes,
I see. And so you paid for this.
I paid for this.
And how did you reimbursed him
I reimbursed him.
personally?
Personally, yes.
Why did he pay the hotel for you to reimburse? Why didn't he just make the arrangements, and when you get to the hotel, or before you get to the hotel, like the rest of us in normal bookings, we pay. We are the traveller. We are the person who's going to reside in the hotel. We pay the hotel either before or at the end of the stay. Why did you have to pay Mr. Chawla to do that?
Because he was making arrangement,
Yes.
as good as your traveling agency do all the arrangement and pay whatever has to be paid for you, and they give you the invoice and you pay them.
I see. And
Did you pay cash?
I
you
paid
pay
cash,
cash again? Yes, okay.
and so presumably you can't prove that you paid him back.
Well, I don't understand when you said proof. I can prove I paid him.
Well, with your oral testimony, I understand you're giving evidence, but is there any other evidence that you can put forward to show that the chairperson can place trust in your word?
Except that he can confirm that.
He could confirm that. Of course, he is overseas. We know that Parliament tried to have him give evidence that he seems to have been overseas for some considerable time. So the suggestion that you make, thank you very much for the suggestion. We have thought about that, but of course, we would love to have the evidence of Mr. Chawla. And if he's watching this online, please, Mr. Chawla, you know where to contact us. We would love to hear your evidence, inter alia, on whether you received reimbursement. And then we see on the following pages 4, 8, 2 and 3 further emails. It appears that Mr. Chawla actually organized for a vehicle a chauffeured vehicle to pick you up at the airport to take you to this hotel in Dubai. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall that? And did he pay for the travel costs of that as well, and you reimbursed him?
I did.
Also in cash?
Yes.
What these documents show is very detailed emails going back and forth about all of these arrangements. Nowhere in these emails have I found any reference to the amount that you were expected to reimburse Mr. Chawla, how you would do it, when you would do it, and whether you did it, and if so, any detail.
Can I answer that, Mr.
That's why I'm putting it to you.
Well, firstly, I don't know where these emails come from. I have explained how I transacted with him, how we dealt with one another. So I'm sure as the commission, you know where these emails are coming from. I don't know where these emails are coming from. And of course, I can only confirm what I've done. I cannot get beyond what I have done.
I appreciate that fully.
Yes. So for you to put it to me that you can't find an email that confirm what I'm saying,
Yeah.
as if I know where these emails are coming from. I don't know.
Don't worry about
And
the as
I'm
if
saying to
in
you-
my mind.
I'm saying to you, Mr. Chawe can confirm what I'm talking about.
I see. Do you have any emails of your own? I mean, you must have access to your own emails and or phone messages. You presumably have your phone here. Is there no evidence that you can come up with either right now or else perhaps after this hearing is over, at least send it to us as a legal team and say, here we are, Chairperson, I have actually got an SMS or a WhatsApp message or an email or whatever to say, thank you for seeing me, Mr. Abu. Yesterday, I confirm you told me I owe you 28,000 odd for this air ticket. Would it suit you for me to come around to your house on Sunday morning because I've got a whole lot of cash that I want to hand
Yeah,
over?
but
Can you find anything like that?
Mr. Kennedy, we can't sit and assume.
Now, I'm
Second-
asking, do you have anything like that?
Of
Because-
course, I was dealing with this person more often face to face.
Yeah,
I would talk to him.
yeah,
When I pay him, I would be paying him in person.
understand.
So,
The answer is you don't have.
no, but again, Chairperson, without being accused of trying to delay, if a person then assumes that for certain things to be proved, there should be an email, there should be a telephone call. I gave an example of what we do every day with people that we know. I come to you, I borrow money.
No, I understand that, and I'm sure he understands it.
Yes.
He understands that, but you might just have something, and that's why he was asking, do you have anything? So the
No, we
answer
were not
is
dealing
no,
like
you
that.
don't have.
We were not dealing like that.
Yeah. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. May I now move on to another transaction, still in the same bundle, page 428.
Did you say 428?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
You have 428. It's a municipal account issued by the City of Johannesburg municipality. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that's an invoice in your name. Is that correct? LD Mantsha, PO Box 1127 Randburg. That's your name and postal address at the time.
Correct.
And it relates, it seems, if we look at the right-hand portion near the top, it refers to an address in, I'm afraid my eyes are too bad to read it. I think is it Main Street in Bordeaux?
Yes, correct.
And there's, and this seems to be a municipal account. It says previous account, etc., interest on arrears, etc. And it comes to 14,000 odd rand, 14,238, I think it is. Now, did you own at that time, or do you still own the property in Main Street in Bordeaux?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes.
And you did it this time? And was this an invoice issued by the municipality for your personal account for amounts owing in respect of that property?
I think without anticipating your question,
Yes.
This proof of residence
Sorry, the proof of residence.
was supplied for the purposes of applying a visa. So it was given
Applying
to
for a
the
visa. I see. Thank you. You have anticipated my question. I just want to take you to the previous page, 427. There's an email from Yvonne, and her email address at the top is info@Lugisani Mantsha attorney.co.za. That's your professional firm's name, not so?
Correct.
Was she a legal professional, or was she a PA? What position did she hold?
She's a PA.
PA. And that then was sent, it says municipal account as the attachment. Please find the attached document for your urgent attention. So you're saying that that was sent on your behalf by your PA to, we see it's actually going to Ashu, that's Mr. Chawla, for purposes of obtaining a visa.
Correct.
Not for payment of the municipal.
No, not at all.
I see. Thank you. I'm sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to get to my next topic.
Okay.
Now, I just want to deal briefly, Mr. Mantsha, if I may, with the meeting that took place at the Saxon World residence of Mr. Tony Gupta, that Mr. Saluji gave evidence on in some detail. And Mr. Saluji has told the Commission that he had an impression. Of course, impression doesn't mean necessarily facts, but his impression was that Mr. Gupta was unhappy about his perceived resistance. That's Mr. Saluji's perceived resistance, in particular relating to the Asia joint venture. You were present at the meeting in Saxon World, is that right?
I was present, Chairperson.
Yeah. What was your impression? Do you have any comment on Mr. Saluji's impression? Because Mr. Saluji has said his impression was, from what was said and the tone in which it was said, Mr. Tony Gupta was very unhappy about Mr. Saluji apparently resisting the efforts of the Guptas to pursue the Asia joint venture.
Well, Chairperson, with respect, it was not my impression for the following reason. That meeting was not discussing VR-related issue. That meeting was discussing the agreement between Mr. Saluji and Mr. Issa, whereby Mr. Saluji undertook to help Mr. Issa to acquire a company called LMT. LMT is a company which was, I don't know whether it's still owned 51% by Denel at the time, and 49% was owned by private shareholders. The agreement between the two, as I understood, was that Mr. Saluji would assist Mr. Issa by talking to the private shareholders of LMT to try to secure a sale of their shares to Mr. Issa. So that meeting was a follow-up to some long-standing discussion, as it appears to me, in that meeting. And it is the same Mr. Issa and Mr. Saluji who together assisted one another to get Mr. Issa to buy VR laser. What was discussed in that meeting, of course, Mr. Issa saw LMT as a strategic acquisition for himself to be a serious player in the defense business. And he was asking Mr. Saluji How far are you? What is the reaction of the private shareholders? Mr. Tony Gupta did not really say much in that meeting. So the people who were talking a lot in that meeting, it was Mr. Saluji and Mr. Issa. I was then asked at the end, what is your view? So because at that point, I did not even know what LMT stood for, I was new. So I didn't want to embarrass myself. I then said, no, I have got no comment. And the meeting ended at that tone. So in short, I disagree that that meeting had anything to do with the Asia PR or anything like that. It had everything to do with LMT.
Right now, you've said that in your statement. If I can take you to it, please, in the same bundle, page 331.
What's the page number again?
331, Chair.
Okay.
You have it?
Indeed, Chairperson.
Now, in paragraph 7, your heading is add paragraph 97 to 99. That's a reference, as I understand it, to Mr. Saluji's initial statement.
Indeed.
That's right, because you were specifically asked by the investigators of this commission to comment on particular features of Mr. Saluji's affidavit, correct? You'll need to direct your, are you asking for a comfort break?
Oh,
Mr.
you'd
Mantsha?
like a comfort break? Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, no, that's all right. We're going to take a break at 4, so let's take it now. 10 minutes, let's resume at 10 to 4.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we adjourn.
with him. And my role there was just to ensure that there is no undue pressure on Mr. Saluji, because business people, they push their business interests, and sometimes they push it very, very hard. So I did not see anything wrong out of attending that meeting, because here is Mr. Issa, who has got existing relationship with Denel, and Mr. Issa, in terms of my information, was the only business person who is black, who is operating at the hardcore of the defense business. So, as I said to you, of course I didn't know what they were going to talk about. But it was not strange to me that I would go with my CE to a meeting of that nature. We were not going to do anything that we are not supposed to do. And for sure, the meeting ended. We left that meeting. And of course, I would assume that Mr. Saluji explore the discussion with those private shareholders.
You know, Mr. Mantsha, you may have thought on your version that you were going there to protect Mr. Saluji against pressure from Mr. Salim Essa or whoever. But did you think about the possibility that you could have been brought to the meeting for your presence to act as pressure?
Not at all, Chairperson. Not
Yes.
at all, because Mr. Saluji was talking to private shareholders of LMT. And there was no pressure I could have exerted to Mr. Saluji, because his arrangement was purely with Mr. Issa. And from the discussion of that meeting, there was no hard feeling expressed to Mr. Saluji by Mr. Issa or by anyone in that meeting. It was just a follow-up meeting. What is happening?
Yeah, well, let me tell you about some evidence that I've had, which on the face of it may well be interpreted as revealing a way of doing business that was adopted maybe by the Guptas or by the Guptas and their associates, but particularly by, I think, Mr. Tony Gupta. You know. The evidence that I've had in 2015, when he says he was offered the position of Minister of Finance and some money. Mr. Tugwana said the same thing about a meeting that he said he had at the Gupta residence with Mr. Tony Gupta, and he said Mr. Duduzane Zuma was there, where, according to Mr. Tugwana, he was asked to fire his own HOD in the Free State and and appoint Mr. Richard Selle. He was on that. The SAA board.
And Mr. Saluji and Mr. Issa had transacted before, long time, when they actually acquired VR laser. Apparently, my information was the proposition for Mr. Issa to acquire VR laser came from Mr. Saluji. And that is the proposition which Mr. Issa went for. So they had a long-standing relationship of assisting one another in acquisition of strategic business in defense. And I had no information of any animosity between the two. And I had no any information of animosity between either Mr. Tony Gupta and Mr. Saluji. And the meeting was not Mr. Tony Gupta's meeting. The meeting was Mr. Saluji's meeting. As I said, it was cordial, it was discussed very well. There was no pressure really that I could exert to Mr. Saluji. Mr. Saluji was talking to private shareholders.
Okay.
We had no influence as the board of Denel to get those private shareholders to agree to sell the shares to Mr. Issa. And Mr. Saluji himself, he had no authority to decide for those shareholders. All he was doing was to handle those discussions on behalf of Mr. Issa.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Now, can I take you back to your own statement where you were responding to Mr. Saluji's affidavit? And I'm sorry, Chair, just give me a moment. So that's in bundle 8. You got that back?
I do, Chairperson.
Okay, it's at page 332.
I do have.
Now, this is part of your statement, and you refer in your statement to, in some detail, to the points that you've already referred to, that the topic discussed at the Gupta residence was the LMT, the possibility of acquiring the shares of the shareholding of LMT to be sold to VR Laser. But I'd like to take you on page 332, the last 3 paragraphs. You see a paragraph that starts, Mr. Saluji reported to Mr. Essa. You see that?
Mr. Saluji?
Reported to Mr. Essa. Page 332,
Yes,
third
I
last
do.
paragraph.
I do see.
Right. If I can just remind you what you said in your affidavit. Mr. Saluji reported to Mr. Essa that he was still talking to them, that's the private shareholders of LMT, and would continue to discuss with the said LMT private shareholders to sell their shares to VR Laser. I was asked at the end of the discussion if I had any comment, and I replied that I had none, since I did not even at that stage know what LMT stood for and what it does. And further, I had no background of the matter. Now, that seems to bear out what you told the chairperson a little earlier, that you were a bit in a situation of some ignorance, and I don't mean that in a critical way. You were so new to the position, you didn't even know who LMT were and anything about this transaction. Now, what you then say is this: on my way out, that's presumably out from the Gupta residence, on my way out with Mr. Saluji, he then said to me, Chair, I need your support. I indicated to him that we would discuss the matter. What did you understand his request to mean? Why did he need your support? Support for what?
Well, we had already discussed with Mr. Saluji how we should work. So his statement was, of course, based on our earlier discussion, that I must support him in any instances where there is pressure.
Yes.
Or any instances where there is lobby,
Yes.
where there's political interference and all sorts of things.
Right.
So of course, I understood that statement in the context of the working relationship that we're trying to do, that I support my CE.
Try and sit closer to the microphone, please.
That I support my CE.
Yes, and that's an admirable purpose. But what it seems to suggest, and I'm putting it to you, it seems to suggest that you are in a way confirming part of Mr. Saluji's evidence, which was he gets to a meeting in Saxonwold, he feels he's being pressurized by Mr. Gupta. Admittedly, he doesn't talk about specific words used by Mr. Gupta. He talks about voice tone and body language and so forth, so the chairperson will have to assess what weight can be attached to that. But Mr. Saluji's evidence has been, I get brought to a meeting in Saxonwold. I'm only told at the last minute where I'm supposed to go. I land up in the Gupta residence, and I'm then dealt with in a way by Mr. Gupta, Tony Gupta, where he seems to be aggressive and very unhappy and pressurizing him, Mr. Saluji, because he's obviously not playing the game, as it were. And so when you confirm that as he came out of the meeting with you, he said to you, I need your support, Chair, he was already signaling to you that there was a problem of the very pressure that you felt it was your duty to protect him against.
Well, Chairperson, talking as far as that meeting is concerned, I did not see any undue pressure. I did not see any pressure. So this statement, as I said, is relating to what we have done before.
Yeah.
And as I'm saying to you, these parties were known to each other very well.
Yes.
And it was not within the power of Mr. Saluji to force those people to sell their shares to VR. It was just for him to talk on behalf of VR, to see if this can be secured. So the pressure out of this, I did not see it, and I wonder on what basis this could have resulted in a pressure for something that was not within the control of either Denel, myself as a chair, and Mr. Saluji, and even Mr. Issa himself. So I wouldn't understand the basis of any pressure out of what was being discussed at that time.
So was his request to you, Chair, I need your support, something you didn't understand?
Well, I understood this in the context of the working relationship that we were trying to build with
Yes,
Mr. Saluji, that I got to support all the way.
But you yourself, a few minutes ago, said a number of times, you saw it as part of your role as chairperson to protect your CEO against heavy pressure from other people.
Yes.
I don't mean from within the organization, I mean from outside.
You see, Chairperson, the business world, it's cutthroat in the sense that the business people are out there to market whatever products they have. And when you are serving in a state-owned company, where the people of this country have got a stake, you have to adopt a particular approach. You cannot close a gate to people who want to engage with the state-owned company. And that creates a lot of pressure. There have been many meetings myself that I've attended with various business people who are pushing their interests. And understandably so, because business people have to lobby for their own interests. But you need to have, as the chairperson, to draw the line where you go to support and protect your CEO from not doing a lot of those, because his primary responsibility is to push what is. So this statement is within the context of what we have been trying to devise as working together. And every pressure on him, I had to support, whether he himself internally feel is a pressure,
Yeah.
or I don't see it as a pressure, or I see it as a lobbying, or he sees it as a lobbying. But in this context, I wonder what the pressure was. Unless if Mr. Saluji did not tell me other things which were happening between him and Mr. Issa, and any other thing probably happening between him and other people. But the content of this, there was no pressure because everybody knew it was not within his control, it was not within my control. There was no pressure I could give to him. If the private shareholders were not interested to sell, they were not interested to sell.
Now, you've indicated that you had a number of private meetings with Mr. Saluji when you'd just been appointed to basically fill you in on some matters. And then we know that you were at the meeting in Saxonwold, and you've confirmed it was early September 2015, but you can't recall exactly when, and I accept that. And then you've confirmed that the very first board meeting that you chaired was the 10th of September 2015.
Correct.
According to Mr. Saluji's affidavit, it appears that before you even had chaired the first board meeting, you had attended the meeting in Saxonwold. You confirm that?
You mean these LMT discussions?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Yes. Now, what should the chair make about this point? Does it not seem perhaps odd to you, or odd to one, that you've just been appointed as chairperson, and here I'm interested in the sequence. You have the first thing you do after being introduced by the minister that you're the new board and you're the new chairperson and so forth. First thing you do is to hold a series of meetings with the group CEO. Now that's not at all odd. That seems to me to make perfect sense. But then before you even chair your very first board meeting, before you even interacting with your colleagues on the board in a formal board meeting, you're off to somebody's private residence in a residential suburb of Johannesburg to talk about some transactions about which you know nothing, for good reason, because you're just trying to find your feet about LMT. Does that not perhaps give weight to the suggestions some people have suggested, like Mr. Saluji, which is that behind the scenes, the Guptas were actually having and Essa, their associate, were having a massive influence on Denel's affairs, in fact, interference in Denel's affairs. So before you've convened a board meeting, you're now having a private meeting with Mr. Gupta and Mr. Issa at his house, Mr. Gupta's house.
Well,
Isn't that perhaps a bit strange?
Chairperson, all I can say is the Guptas or Mr. Issa did not have influence in my board or in myself. Maybe the Guptas or Mr. Issa had influence on Mr. Saluji because Mr. Saluji had already assisted Mr. Issa to acquire VR Laser, and VR Laser was already doing work with Denel at the time. So maybe he can talk of that influence they had on him. But as far as the influence they had on myself or my board, there was none whatsoever. There was no influence.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to deal further with the issue of how it came about that the Asian project, if I can call it that, the Asian venture, came before the board and Mr. Saluji's involvement in it. Mr. Saluji has given evidence that the idea of the Asian joint venture was raised first by Mr. Nchepe, who reported to Mr. Saluji. And he suggested it to Mr. Saluji, and that Mr. Saluji firmly rejected this proposition. And I'm quoting here from a statement Mr. Saluji has provided the Commission. Now, presumably you weren't involved in those discussions. It seems that those took place before you took office as chairperson of the board. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not aware of those discussions.
I see. Now, what Mr. Saluji says is that the next time it was raised was at the first board meeting by you, Mr. Mantsha, as chairperson. And Mr. Saluji's evidence has been, and I'm simply putting it to you by way of fairness so that you can be reminded of it and comment on it, and if you disagree with it, you'll have that opportunity. Mr. Saluji said he found it strange that where he, as the group CEO, had rejected the proposition of the Asian venture, it should be the brand new chairperson, yourself, who raises it at the board meeting. And yes, let's just comment on that. Did you raise it at the board meeting?
I think, again, with respect, Chairperson, I think this morning you furnished me with some copy of the minutes.
Yes.
And I think if you just look at the minutes.
Let's do that.
That you have finished to me.
Here,
So,
let's do that.
yes,
I can take you right now to the minutes.
That matter was not raised by me.
By you. In
And
fact,
let me go further. Around February or so, there was a trip by Denel business executive to India to try to explore the possibility of entering into that market. And
possibility of
setting up,
Entering that market.
entering the market.
entering the Indian
Right.
market. And of course, at the time, Mr. Nsepe was the head of business development at Denel. He was the executive. And this was the gentleman at the time of our appointment had built a book, an order book of around about 20 to 26 billion. So Mr. Nsepe was, from the evidence we had, a reputable business developer who was at all time exploring new markets for Denel. So if that was raised by him, it is illogical that Denel, under the leadership of Mr. Saluji, would send a team to India in February to something that he himself disagreed with.
Yes. May I just, I want to try and assist, firstly, to keep your evidence short, but to show that, in fact, the minutes, it is a good idea to look at the minutes, and we have actually obtained these minutes for the 10th of September 2015. And in fact, they seem to bear out your version. Obviously, it's for the chairperson to make a decision in that regard. But if I may just find it, in Bundle 8, you still have Bundle 8 in front of you?
Must be one of the two in front of you.
Yes.
Right, so it's Bundle 8. And if I can ask you please to turn to page 483.4.
Or 83.4.
That's right. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
So that is the first page of a set of minutes that we were able to obtain from Denel finally for the board meeting of the 10th of September. That's the first one that you chaired. And it indicates that you were present and that you signed. You see your name number 1 on the attendance register at page 483.4. Mr. Mantsha, do you have it?
Page?
I'm going to give you the page number again, 483.4.
483.4.
Yes. Top left-hand numbers again, please.
Yes, I do.
You have it. Is that headed attendance register board meeting 10 September 2015?
Correct.
And I asked you, is that your name and signature, item number 1?
Correct.
Right. Then we have the actual minutes that start from the following page, 483.6. You see that? Mr. Mantsha?
Point?
483.6.
Yes, I do have.
Right. Now, this is a lengthy minute of that board meeting, and it seems to have had a sort of open session, as it were, later followed by a closed session in which members of the board sat so-called in committee. If I can take you to page 483.27. You see that?
You said we should go to 483.7, Mr. Chairman.
Point 27, Chair. 483.27.
Yes, I see.
Okay.
And that is headed Minutes of the In-Committee Board Meeting. And again, your name is one of those present as chairperson. Correct?
Yes?
Right. Now, I want to take you to the passage, which, as I've indicated, in fact, seems to bear out that it wasn't you that raised the Asian project. If I can ask you now to turn to page 483.31. 483.31. And if I can just read that to you, in 6.2, Partnership in Southeast Asia. Under discussion deliberation, the board discussed the recommendation from the CEO to give the executive a mandate to negotiate a partnership in Southeast Asia to explore the establishment of a stronger foothold in the region. In summary, the chairman indicated that as the GCEO had explained during the preceding board meeting, the business of defense in the Southeast Asian region was a good market, and given the geopolitical issues, one which would be profitable to explore. The board discussed the fact that a relationship with a well-established partner was a good model to follow, and also referred to various issues relating to Denel's IP in similar relationships, such as in the UAE, Malaysia, etc. I won't go through the rest of that column. The next column, headed Action Resolution, the board resolved to approve a mandate to the executive to explore possibilities to establish a footprint in Southeast Asia, subject to the conditions set. So this appears to support your evidence that, in fact, it was Mr. Saluji who was raising this, not yourself, in the board meeting. Correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
Right. Now, but Mr. Saluji has given evidence that, in fact, what happened was a little more complicated than the minutes might suggest. I don't think the minutes were at that stage available and put to him. But what his evidence has suggested is this. The person who first raised it in the board meeting on the 10th of September was, in fact, you, not him. And he found this strange and, in effect, really undermining, I think was his suggestion. He seemed to feel it was undermining his position. Mr. Nsepe had come to him, Saluji, behind the scenes, and said, I propose we get involved in Asia. Mr. Saluji responded to Nsepe, no, we don't. I'm not impressed with that. I don't think it's a good project at all. And then he comes to the very first meeting that you're chairing as the new chairperson, and you raise it. And he says, well, he didn't want to raise it. He didn't raise it. In fact, he felt it was inappropriate. But you raised it. There was a lengthy discussion. And at the end of it, you, under your leadership, the board said, give Mr. Saluji a mandate to pursue the Asian venture. In other words, overruling Mr. Saluji's own view as CEO that the Asian venture shouldn't take off. What do you say about that?
That is contrary to what the official records of company are saying. The official records of the company says he presented a report, he asked for specific things, and the board gave him. So whatever he said, whether Mr. Nsepe, whether myself, it's not correct in terms of the records of the company. It is not, I deny.
Right.
He gave a report, he presented a discussion, and we discussed it. And it made good business sense to us to do it, and we resolved, and we gave them the mandate.
Do you remember whether meetings of the board at Denel were also electronically recorded?
Yeah, they record the
proceedings?
Yeah, the proceedings.
Yes. Okay.
Now, what Mr. Saluji says again, and again it's just his version, and you must be given an opportunity to be directed to his version and given an opportunity to respond to it. He says that he was against the idea. He was basically overruled partly by yourself and also partly by the other board members. And it was apparent that he was not happy with this, and it was because of that, in other words, his resistance to the idea that the Asian venture should go ahead, that lo and behold, just 2 weeks later, less than 2 weeks later, on the 23rd of September, he is then suspended. And it was because of that. That is his evidence. Your comment?
Chairperson, that is absolutely not true. He presented and requested the board to approve for the executive to explore to go to that market.
Are you saying
incorrect.
that, I'm sorry to have interrupted, are you saying that Mr. Saluji was in support of the Asian project, or he was uncertain, or he was against it but said, look, I accept that other
No, he
people
was in
may,
favor of
sorry,
it.
just don't interrupt, please. That Mr. Saluji's attitude was, well, I know Mr. Nsepe is keen on it, and if the board is keen on it, I will accept that mandate and carry it out.
No, he was keen on it. He
keen
submitted
on
a
it.
report, yes.
And yeah. And of course, once he was suspended, Mr. Saluji was suspended on the 23rd of September. He was replaced by Mr. Nsepe on an acting CEO basis, correct?
Correct. And the rationale, Chairperson, was the following. Mr. Ntsepe was the person who led Denel marketing drive over the years, and he built an impressive order book. This business depended on Denel going into the foreign market for these reasons, that the domestic consumption of the defense material by South African Defence Force has decreased significantly. And one can see all the budget vote of the Department of Defense. They keep on reducing the allocation to the defense for various reasons. So the survival of the company remains outside the board of South Africa. And Mr. Ntsepe was leading that drive and successfully managed to build a very impressive order book. He was, I think at that stage, he was already at Denel for close to 20 years. He was even at Denel before Mr. Saluji. He knew the marketing of the business by far more than Saluji. And my information was, when Mr. Saluji was appointed as the group chief executive, Mr. Ntsepe was in the running. He was amongst the 3 names which were submitted to the cabinet to pick who the chief executive officer. So this was somebody who had already a very impressive record at Denel and a very senior executive at the time. He was even senior more than Mr. Saluji himself. So it was a logical choice to put somebody who has got a reputation in the international market as a marketer, because all the clients of Denel overseas, they knew him more than anybody else because he was the one interacting with them. So that was a logical choice to make.
Thank you. Now, while we are at these minutes, I'm going to take you to another passage in a moment. I just want to take you back to your earlier evidence that you were, if I recall correctly, and I'm sorry, it's late in the day, I may be unsure of the exact detail that you gave. If I understood your evidence correctly, you said before the first board meeting, you happened to be in London, and Mr. Saluji asked you please to help to make sure that he didn't lose his job, that he was feeling under pressure. Is that
Correction,
right?
Chairperson, it was after our first board meeting.
It was after the first board meeting.
Yes.
When was that?
I think the London trip was towards the end of September.
But that must have been before he was suspended.
Yeah, because he was suspended around
Yes.
23, yeah?
Correct.
Around
Yeah.
23 September.
Correct.
So it must have been between the 10th of September and the 23rd of September.
The London trip, he was not yet suspended because that was the time when I raised the issue of Audit and Risk Committee
Yeah.
not having access to the committee room. I think we departed to London immediately after the first board meeting,
The meeting of the 10th.
the meeting of the 10th, but the investigation about this transaction was going on at the time.
I see. Thank you. And so it was after the first board meeting, but before the second board meeting, because at the second board meeting, as the chair points out, on the 23rd of September, that's when he was suspended, together
Correct.
with Mr. Mshlontlo and Ms. Africa.
Correct.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you to clarify, why was he raising concern that he might be facing dismissal, he might lose his job? Had you told him that his job is now on the line, that you were unhappy with him, or that other people were making allegations against him, or what?
Well, I did not tell him his job was on the line,
Yes.
but he was clever enough to know that for him to proceed with the acquisition of LSSA, contrary to the approvals given by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Enterprise, and that the audit committee was investigating the matter as mandated by the board.
Right.
He actually saw that that moment was bound to happen for him to be taken out of the company. So he could see himself.
Now, that, of course, must have taken place before the Audit and Risk Committee meeting of the 22nd of September, correct?
In the meeting of the 10th of the board, there was a very serious debate when the board realized that they're saying we must pay 450 in 2 weeks. Are you guys serious about this? How did it happen that it comes to this? You know?
Yes,
So-
I'm not asking about who said what.
Yes.
I'm trying to get the sequence, simply a date that I'm asking you.
Yes.
So your London discussion with Mr.
Okay,
Salucci.
Mr. Kennedy, I'm sorry, I think I can assist. In his affidavit, Mr. Salucci says he arrived back from London on Saturday, 19th September 2015.
Thank you, Chief.
So you must have gone there around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And with respect, that point seems to bear out the basis of the question. Your discussion in London must have been before the Audit and Risk Committee met on the 22nd and then gave them an order. The Audit and Risk Committee gave them an order to submit representations why they shouldn't be suspended the next day.
Now, if
That's
I
right.
can recall correctly, the executive had already met the Audit and Risk Committee, I think even prior to the first board meeting, as is normal the case, because you need to have subcommittees of the board to meet
Don't
before
you-
the main board.
Don't you, at your first board meeting, decide who's going to be appointed to the subcommittees, like the Audit and Risk
No,
Committee?
the subcommittees are appointed during the induction.
I see.
So when there was a board induction, so the committee was set out.
Right.
And of course, the Audit and Risk Committee is the committee which, in terms of the shareholder compact, is appointed by the executive authority.
Right.
So that committee
And
was,
sorry, that is the minister.
that committee was in existence,
Right.
and that committee had met the executive in preparation of the first board
Yeah.
meeting. And that committee, after the first board meeting, was mandated to, by all means, ensure that there is no default by Denel in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
So they were making all the efforts to avert it. And in the process, to investigate the conduct
Of Mr. Salucci.
of Mr. Salucci.
Yeah.
Why?
And I'm sorry to interrupt. That's where they came to the view that he had misled the first board meeting. correct?
Exactly.
Okay. So we've got the sequence clear. Now, at the meeting of the 10th of September, do you recall if there was any discussion about Mr. Salucci's performance thus far? Was there at that stage, your very first board meeting, any discussion that Mr. Salucci had been acting inappropriately?
No, of course, that matter never arose.
Okay. Now, if I can take you in the same minutes to page, and I'm sorry, the numbers are a bit complicated, it's 483.34. 483.34. You have that?
Yes, I do.
Paragraph 8 in the second column under items says extension contract of the Group Chief Executive Officer. Do you have that?
I do.
And then under discussion deliberation, it says the chairman, that's yourself, it isn't gender neutral in the minutes, so it's the minute taker who's possibly worthy of criticism here. The chairman indicated that the GCEO's contract was set to expire in 2017. Now that is factually correct. We know from our earlier evidence that you gave that it in fact ended 31st January 2017.
Correct.
And then it says, although this was some time away, because of course here we're dealing with September 2015, given the seniority of the position, it was necessary to commence with the process now. He, that's presumably yourself, Mr. Mantsha, mentioned the following in this regard. The GCEO had done well thus far and has turned the company around. Do you recall, in fact, saying that?
I did.
How were you able, I'm not trying to be critical or funny, but how were you able, at your very first board meeting that you were chairing, where you'd only been appointed just a few weeks before and had only a few meetings with Mr. Saluji privately, and then also the one at the Gupta residence, how were you able to form a view as to how well the GCEO had done thus far?
As I said, I had one-on-one with Mr. Saluji.
Yes.
Him taking me through the milestone. I think I've just indicated here that at the time of our appointment, the order book was in the region of either 25 to whatever, 30 billion. And this, he was the group chief executive officer. Mr. Ntsepe was the head of marketing. So of course, you got to credit them for that.
You go to?
You got to credit them for that,
Right.
for building such an
Right.
order book. And the example here, Chair, I've already indicated to you that me and Mr. Saluji go together very well. We liked one another. We agree on the way of working. When this matter was being raised, I was trying to sway the board to see what we're trying to achieve between myself and Mr. Saluji. So you can see these statements are very favorable to him.
Yes, that's why I've raised it.
And it's exactly what I was trying to say, I like this man. I wanted to see this man continue to work with him because I think we struck a very good note of working together. I really liked him. So, and I even told you earlier today that even when he cried to me in London, I never slept that night because I really liked him. And when necessary, I promise to support him. And this statement from me, it's informed of that strong relationship that we're trying to build together and the discussions that I had had with him. And at this time, you know, from the induction, you are given a full pack of the annual reports and all the other activities. So by this time, before we even go to the first board meeting, we had a picture of what was happening. And here I'm trying to say, look, this is the right guy. So his contract is going to expire. So, you know, let's try to, in a way, indirectly, let's try, because you see, the chairman was to follow up with the minister on the matter. Because he had told me that there was like some verbal arrangement of some sort that it would be extended.
Sorry, verbal arrangement between him and the minister?
And the minister. You see, that's why there's a statement to say the chairperson is going to follow up
Yes.
the matter with the minister. So this is just an indication of how believing I was in him, that I would have been the last person to want Mr. Saluji out of Denel. I tried all I could, but it was not possible given the fact of what he preceded on before we came into Denel.
On the LSSA transaction.
Indeed.
Right. I'm not going to take you through the text on the next page. I'm just going to summarize it. That's 483.35 with the next 3 bullet points. But basically what you seem to be recorded as saying, and sorry, is that your signature further down?
Yeah, it is,
to
Chairperson.
confirm the approval of these minutes. You referred to the fact that the board now has sufficient time. You had about, I think, 16 months left before the end of his contract. So you were referring to the fact we've still got time to consider it, but we must get the process going earlier rather than later. We don't want to leave it too late. Is that right?
Yeah, this is one of the matter that he lobbied me as his chairperson individually to say, look, chairperson, I need to be sure about my future
Yes.
as we work together. And he then asked me to try to resolve this matter as early as possible.
Yeah.
And of course, I didn't see any reason not to
Yeah.
at the time.
If I can take you back to the last bullet point on the previous page, you were referring not so much necessarily to Mr. Saluji's own desire to have some certainty in his life, which would obviously make sense to him and to you, that if you can get some sort of plan going, it would be good to have. But you also made an additional point. It was incumbent on the board to prevent disruption in management and to retain the skill set required.
Yes.
So may I sum up my understanding of what you were saying there? You were saying he only has termination looming in 16 months' time, end of January 2017. But we don't want to be in a situation where suddenly his contract ends and we don't know who's going to be appointed, and maybe we'll lose the continuity and his skill set and so forth, which will have a disruptive effect on the management of the corporation, particularly at a time where it was under some stress. Is that a fair reflection of
Well,
what you're saying?
what is meant here is that the stability of the leadership of the company is important to investors, to people we do business with, to the lenders. I was actually making a call here that this matter needs to be resolved well in time. In terms of my private discussions with Mr. Saluji, I was convinced that he has to be supported to continue to serve beyond the expiry of the contract, meaning he should get another 5 years or so after 2017. So earlier I told the Commission that from the investor point of view and the lender point of view, and the market that a company like Denel operates in, it is very critical that you have got this kind of stability. And I was actually trying to promote what we had discussed privately.
Thank you. As I understand the minute, effectively what was decided was simply that you would take the process forward with the minister. You would set in motion this process that you were recommending. There was no decision there and then, let's appoint Mr. Mantsha Mr. Saluji for another term from 1 February 2017. You were far from that date, and you didn't need to take that decision there. Is that right?
No, what was right is that Mr. Saluji informed me and informed us, because this is the board, that there was a verbal arrangement. I think he alluded to it somewhere in these papers, that he would continue beyond the expiry of his contract. And that verbal arrangement was made between him and the executive authority.
Yes, but I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm
Before
not
we
asking
came-
about his arrangement with the minister. I'm asking about what the ultimate outcome of this board meeting was. Simply, did you decide we are definitely committing to having him reappointed, subject to the minister's approval from 2017? Or did you decide instead, it looks like we're going to be going to a favorable decision for him, but let's not leave it too late. Let's start the process, and you would then discuss it with the minister.
That's correct.
Is it the latter?
Yes.
Right. Because the very last bullet point on page 483.35 in this item says the board appoints the CEO subject to the minister's approval. As I understand that, that wasn't that you were saying we are now appointing him from February 2017. It was simply recording. No doubt you must have told your colleagues, when we appoint, we don't have the final say. It is always
Correct.
subject to the minister's approval. And let's start the process going with the minister to see whether she will approve an extension from February 2017.
Correct.
But that will take some time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, you've made the point to the chair a moment ago that this bears out that you had no animosity to Mr. Saluji at that stage. In fact, you spoke highly of him based on your limited exposure to him already.
Correct.
Right. And, but of course we know that 13 days later, not even 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks later, you had a very different view of him. In fact, you were satisfied by the Audit and Risk Committee who'd convened the previous day, in addition to what the process had been followed previously, where they recommended to the board, and you accepted the recommendation to suspend Mr. Saluji. Correct?
Correct.
And on top of it, what you've said in evidence a number of times on the previous occasions, and you mentioned it again today, or I think the chairperson raised it with you, that you said, in fact, on the 23rd, we could have actually fired the three, including Mr. Saluji, on the spot because they had done some terrible things.
Yeah.
So what I'd like you to comment on is, why did you change your view of him quite radically? And I'm not criticizing you. Yeah. On the 10th of September, you're saying Saluji is a great guy. It really looks like we should appoint him for a further period after his term ends in January 2017. 2 weeks later, on the 23rd, you're saying with your board colleagues, he is terrible. We could have fired him on the spot, but let's follow a process. Let's suspend him and subject him to a disciplinary inquiry. What was the radical change in view?
So, Chairperson, this shows the objectivity that, as the Chairperson had, and the objectivity which the board had. So, the question is, what had changed from the 10th of September to the time on the 23rd when we then suspended? What was changed, of course, was Mr. Saluji presided on a transaction which brought Denel to its financial needs without following the approval protocol. He opted for a bridging finance for 6 months without an approval, and that meant that myself and my board will then be blamed for triggering a cross default across the state-owned company because we could not meet our financial obligations in 2 weeks. That was catastrophic. That, of course, changed my position towards him. It did not mean I hated him. It only means I look at the matter objectively, and I said, as much as I support this man, but for him to get into this transaction without authorization to a point where we are now on the financial brink, it was not correct for him to do, and therefore action had to be taken against him.
Thank you, Mr. Mantsha. And we don't need you to repeat your evidence earlier. I just want to confirm it for the record that what Mr. Saluji has said to the Commission was that what changed your mind to act against him, what he believes was unfairly, on the 23rd of September, was that by then it had become apparent to you that he was resistant to the idea of the Asian venture. You have denied that flatly, correct?
I denied, Chairperson.
Now, in the same bundle, can I ask you please to turn back to page 422? Chair, may I just ask, so that I don't use up too much time or whatever. I mean, I'm trying to be as quick as I can.
Yeah, no.
But I'm aware that you apparently have scheduled another session to,
Yes.
once we've finished. May I just indicate where I am?
Yes,
I think
please.
I'm very close to the end. There's
Yes,
just a couple
no.
of bits and pieces that I'm wrapping up. I'm
Yeah.
going to ask you please to allow us just 5 minutes for me and my learned junior to confer, because I'd like her input on any points that we may still need to wrap up. So I think that we should finish probably by about 5:45. Would that be in order for you with your other commitment?
The other work stream is here already, I think. I see hands, and I think I've seen Mr. Anoj Singh's counsel and attorney. Can they hear me where they are? Are they outside? I would like also that we finish with him, especially when we are left with so little.
Yes.
But I think let's take the 5 minutes break for you to confer with your team.
Yes.
And then when we come back, they will be in, and then I can also just talk to them. But
May
I think I would like us to finish with him.
Thank you. May I just suggest I take him to this page now, because it seems to follow on from the earlier discussion.
Yeah. Okay.
And that, I promise, will just be a minute or two, and then we can take the adjournment. Thank you. Do you have, Mr. Mantsha, do you have 422?
422, yes.
Yes. And that's on the South African government letterhead or logo, and in fact seems to be a media statement.
Correct.
And that is issued by then Minister Lynn Brown. It says Minister Lynn Brown appoints the new board of Denel. We see at the bottom of the following page, 423, that it was issued by the Department of Public Enterprises, from her department. Now, this is the notice that actually announced to the public the confirmation that you had been appointed as part of the new board. You as chairperson and the others are mentioned as well, and their biographies are summarized as well there.
Correct.
What I'm interested in, pursuant to what I'm sorry, I should have mentioned, under the heading, it's dated the 24th of July, 2015. What I'm interested in, just to conclude the line that we took you through earlier about the performance prior to your arrival. You see that the 4th paragraph of the text on page 422 starts with a quotation, "I would like to thank." You see that?
I would like to thank the outgoing...
Yes, you
board.
don't need to read the rest. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Have you got that paragraph?
Yes, I do.
Right. I'd like to read it to you. I would like to thank the outgoing board, led by acting chairperson Martie Janse Rensburg, for an outstanding job. They handed over a company that is truly on a path to positive sustainability. I commend them for their professionalism and ensuring the handover report was of such a quality that it will be a critical guide to the new board. I encourage the new board to continue working closely with the executive team to solidify the company's operations with a strong emphasis on issues relating to transformation within the company, skills development, and strategic partnerships in South Africa. Now, there are a couple of points I just want to extract from that. The one is, it bears out your very point that it was government policy to try and improve the level of transformation in the arms industry within the country.
Correct.
But what I'm particularly interested in is that the minister gave in glowing terms a tribute to the outgoing board before you then took over as chairperson, and commended them for their professionalism, and then tasked you as the new board to work closely with the executive team that of course remained once the board's composition was changed. Correct?
Yeah, it appears so in the statement.
All right, thank you. And then we have had, the Commission has heard the evidence of Mr. Saluji as to why Denel then in the following few years reached a position of difficulty. You've given a completely different version, and no doubt you stand by that.
Can I just explain this, Chairperson?
Yes, of course.
The minister was not even aware of the circumstances around this transaction, because she was never told that the terms of 5 years were changed, and now we have to pay in. So she didn't know. So I think with the information which she had, and as I'm saying to you, with the information which I had, everything appeared okay.
Okay.
Chair, may this be an appropriate time to take a 5-minute adjournment?
Yes, maybe before we do, I see they are in. That's counsel for Mr. Singh and the evidence leader, Mr. Selega. I just want to share this with you, both of you, and of course your client and your instructing attorney. We wish to finish with Mr. Mantsha. He has been to the commission to give evidence, I think, on at least no less than 2 previous occasions, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it 1? I think it's more than 1. This is the 3rd occasion. We would like to finish with him. Mr. Kennedy thinks that he might need up to 5:45 to be able to finish. Because we have your work stream coming up, I thought I must consult you. Is it fine if we finish before we start with your side, with your work stream? Yes. Mr. Selega, it's fine with you? Okay, all right. No, that's fine. So let's adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. We adjourn.
capacity to build
Yes.
whatever would be required. Yes.
Yes, and in fact, you seem to make those points that you've just referred to under the heading a few lines down, financing. Do you see that?
I see, Chairperson.
And what you've said to the Minister Nene, in the first bullet point, VR Leisure Asia will be responsible for all operational costs for a period of 5 years, estimated at 100 million rand.
Correct.
Project funding, as and when required, will be provided by shareholders. So am I right in saying that you were submitting to the Minister a justification for why this Asian venture made sense operationally and financially? And one of the important points was that the operational costs, the entire operational costs for the period of 5 years was already committed by VR Laser Asia, correct?
Correct.
And then, of course, project funding would be provided by shareholders, which would include Denel as and when required, correct?
Yes, I think after 5 years of the
Right.
initial period.
And then you deal on the same page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy, I just want to understand the distinction between project funding and the 100 million rand. I assume in the execution of any project, there would be operational costs. Those would not be borne by VR Laser Asia.
No, those
Those would be
Denel
borne
won't
by,
pay
yeah,
the project, the execution of the project for the first 5 years.
so those operational costs that fell outside the execution of a particular project would be borne by VR Laser Asia. Those that fell within the execution of the project, then by the shareholders, which included the net.
No, Chairperson, it is not correct. What this is trying to explain is that for the period of 5 years, there is a 100 million committed by VR. And thereafter, the project financing will be done by shareholders, which of course included Denel.
So does that mean that VR Leisure would be responsible for all operational costs for the first 5 years? And
Yes.
after 5 years, the shareholders, which included the now, would be responsible then for all operational costs.
Yes, the understanding to inform this is that after 5 years, because at the time when we entered into this market, we were chasing some, big deals which were happening. And in terms of our assessment done within the Indian market and the intelligence we had, was within these 5 years, Denel Asia would have been a success story on its own, and it would be able to fund its own operational costs.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. And can I take you on the same page, 470, to the next paragraph, which is headed financial viability. You say, in light of the 100 million rand investment by VR Laser Asia and Denel Asia over a 5-year period for operating costs, the operational financial risks to Denel are minimal, correct? And then you say, well, can I just ask on that point, would it be safe for us to assume that without the investment from from VR Laser, your operational finances would have been at risk?
Well, without finance from VR Asia, Denel was not even gonna go to or contemplate to have Denel Asia.
Yes.
We did not have money to do so.
Indeed, but what seems to be the other side of that very coin is that if it hadn't been for VR Laser's input, Denel's operational finances would have been impacted seriously.
Look, it's VR Asia, not VR.
Right.
Denel finances would never have been impacted because Denel would not have made a decision
Yeah.
to go there without financials.
Because if you didn't have their financial sponsorship, Denel would then be committing itself to operational costs that it didn't have available.
I'm saying to you, Denel was under my leadership. The board was never going to make the decision to go to India without having a financial cover. We
Yes.
had no money to do so.
Sorry, can you just indicate whether the answer is yes or no to the proposition I put? If it wasn't for VR Laser's commitment for this 100 million funding, Denel would have been exposed to financial risk.
No. I think you misunderstand
Maybe I
Mr. Kennedy. Yes. If VR Laser didn't, VR Laser Asia did not come on board, Denel would not have gone into this market, and therefore it would not have exposed itself to any costs. Yeah.
Indeed, precisely because it couldn't have exposed itself to more costs because it was financially constrained. Correct?
Yes.
Right. And was it not necessary to first ensure that the financial investment was secured?
Well, Chairperson, in the business world, how you transact, you sit down, negotiate a transaction. Every party is there to secure their own interest in the transaction. Well, then said, look, I'm committing 100 million. We sign. You default to put 100 million. There's no deal. So that's how it's done.
Right. Was there, in fact, provision for the financial investment to be secured?
Of course, yes.
Right.
The whole process of Denel Asia was based on the fact that there must be that 100 million
Exactly.
that would enable us to fly.
And was that secured in terms of the agreement that you had made provisionally subject to the statutory approval?
Yes, there were
Right.
agreement to that effect.
Okay, thank you. And then the next point that you make under financial viabilities, overall, there is currently potential business amounting to US dollars 9.2 billion, US dollars 9.2 billion over the next 5 years that offers Denel lucrative opportunities within this region. Now, do you, again, with the benefit of hindsight, stand by the indication that you gave to the Minister of Finance at that stage, that in fact there was potential business of almost 10 billion US dollars?
Correct, Chairperson. You see how this submission, of course, is crafted by the executive.
Yeah.
They craft these submissions after a proper due diligence has been made, after they've discussed in their management committee. The business development has made input. And as you know, business, you take a chance. At that time, that market was the most growing market in the world.
The Asian
The
bonds
Asian market, specifically the Indian market.
Right.
They were spending and there were requests for information in terms of a lot of the equipments that Denel produces. So there was a business case to say this is going to happen. I stand by what is written here.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like you to turn to now, please, is page 445. Have you got that?
I do.
That's a letter we see from the Ministry of Public Enterprises, and in fact signed on page 446 by Minister Lynn Brown.
4426.
446, yeah, that's where you find the signature.
You said 445.
I asked you to start with the letter. The letter is 2 pages long. It starts at 445. You
Okay, I
confirmed
have it.
you had that, and then I took you to 446. the next page of the letter where it's concluded with a signature apparently from Minister Lynn Brown, correct?
Correct.
And so this was a letter addressed to you by the Minister of Public Enterprises because you're the addressee on page 445, correct?
Correct.
Now, just want to take you to, so it's headed PFMA section 54.2, pre-notification on the proposed formation of Denel Asia. This is part of the process leading up to the pursuit of a project which will involve a joint venture with a company which will involve overseas transactions and possible financial implications. Is that right?
Correct.
And now the Minister, you'll see at the foot of the page, there's a paragraph that starts just before A, B, C, D. You see that?
Before ABC.
445, last paragraph. There's some subparagraphs A, B, C, D. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Just above that, the preamble reads this. In order to protect Denel's status as the holding company, the application should include, amongst other things, A, comprehensive detailed business case to enable the Minister to express an opinion on the joint venture transaction. B, a comprehensive due diligence report on the financial, regulatory, legal requirement and regulatory laws governing foreign-owned entities in Hong Kong. Just to stop for a moment. That, of course, is because the corporate vehicle that was to be used for this joint venture was to be registered in Hong Kong, correct?
Correct.
C, funding plans, all the transaction documents, including the MOU and cooperation agreements. D, the process followed to select VR Laser as a partner of choice. And then there are a whole number of other requests that the Minister is made to you as chairperson. Do you recall receiving this request?
I did.
And was this series of information that is requested in those paragraphs that I've just read to you, was this in fact provided? Was
Correct,
the
it was
additional
provided.
information that was provided by you or who?
By the board.
By the board. Okay. Now please turn to page 391.
Yes.
This is a further letter from Denel, and you seem to be the person who signs it at the foot of the page, correct?
Correct.
And that's dated the 11th of December 2015. And that's
Correct.
addressed to the Minister of Finance, who by that stage was Mr. Des van Rooyen, correct?
Correct.
As we see the date of the letter at the top, it's typed 10 December, but you signed it on the 11th of December. And you say in paragraph, and that's accompanied by the formal application that we see from page 392. Correct?
This is a summary.
That's a summary, right?
Yes. It's not the formal application. The formal application included
Right.
a lot of documents.
Okay. And then in paragraph 2.1 on page 392, this is what you say. You give reasons why the transaction was not proposed in the 2015-16 corporate plan, and these include Denel's previous blacklisting in India, correct?
Yes.
Now, in light of the financial risks that were prevalent and in the absence of the financial investment promised, in other words, if VR Laser Asia had not come up with the money that it promised, would this opportunity have sufficed for concluding the transaction in circumstances where it was not budgeted?
No. I repeat my answer. If
Okay.
there was no money from the VR Asia,
Yeah,
we were not even going to propose this transaction.
yeah. Now, where there was no provision in the corporate plan for this transaction, wouldn't it have been more reasonable to ensure that a proper financial due diligence was conducted?
Well, Chairperson, a proper financial due diligence was conducted. The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Enterprise They were given due diligence report which were conducted by parties here and parties in that jurisdiction. But let me repeat what I said in my opening, Chairperson. We're dealing with a business that has to survive on its own. It has got no guarantee of state work. So it's not like we all pay Eskom for electricity. So there will be revenue coming from all of us. No, not even South African Defence Force is obliged to buy material from this company. So these are some of the things that I've highlighted to say the regulatory environment in which a business like this operates, where it has to go and fight with many defense companies with big budget, the regulatory environment is also contributing to hamstring the company development. So what we're trying to explain here is to give a rationale why this was not in the previous corporate plan. And the rationale was, we were banned. So we could not have gone to a market where we were blacklisted because we were declared that we were corrupt. We were using corrupt means to enter into that market. So we were banned. We tried to get into that market for, 20, 25 years before I even came there. And that ban was just resolved, as I indicated on my evidence earlier. So that's why there was this decision.
But you say the due diligence report was, due diligence was conducted and the report was sent to the two ministers.
Yes, Chairperson, when you do the PFMA process, it's a very elaborative process. So you have to satisfy the two executive authority because you're asking a permission. So all the documents and things that the minister requested to have, she had all of it.
But let me just ask, at some stage your board made an application to the High Court. Would that report have been included in those papers by any chance? Do you remember, or is that something you don't remember?
No, I think some of the reports of due diligence report, I think in the evidence of Mr. Takodi,
yeah,
I think some of it is included.
Yeah.
But again, Chairperson, this is the information within the company. And with respect to the process, Chairperson, I'm not here to make judgments on anything. I expected that this information will be before here and we talk on the basis of the documents. That's why in some of my reply, I attempted to attach some documents which I had.
Yeah.
So in short, what I'm saying to you, this is a very elaborative process where you have to satisfy the executive authority with documentation. The technocrats in the Treasury and then the Department of Public Enterprise to go through it and satisfy themselves that, yes, you make a case or not.
No, that's fine. It's just that I was under the impression that one or other witness had said there had been no such due diligence conducted. I may have been mistaken, but I was under that impression.
No, thorough due diligence.
It was done. Yes. Okay.
Why was there then litigation? If you satisfied all of these requirements to the satisfaction of the then ministers of public enterprise and finance, why did you find it necessary to litigate?
Well, the basis of the litigation, Chairperson, was with respect with national trade. And the basis of that litigation was that if you read the PFMA section 5.4, I think the last provision, it then says to you, if you submit this document, the request, and 30 days expires and you don't have the answer, you must assume that permission is given. But as a diligent board, because Treasury was not coming back, we then decided to have a declaratory order to say, in terms of that section, there is full compliance because there was just no engagement from National Treasury. And as I sit here today, I now know why there were no engagement. Just listening to the evidence which was given to this commission. This was the time of, in terms of the evidence before this commission, offers to certain people, changes of ministers and all of that. And unfortunately, we were viewed within that context because of the association with the parties who are implicated in those kind of activities. I now understand why there was just a dead silence.
Well, maybe something I think something that may have been mentioned by one or other witness was that it was interesting that Minister Nene was dismissed on the 9th of December 2015, and on the 10th, you wrote that letter to the new minister, Mr. Van Rooyen, the letter that we were looking at, dated 10 December 2015. I think some witness found that interesting to say how Nene is dismissed the previous day, and then first day of the new minister, here's a letter sent. But I say nothing more than just that.
Yeah. Chair, with respect, I suppose that thinking is not objectively made because there's chronology of this history of this transaction when it started. So it did not start when Minister Van Rooyen was appointed. And as you know, the work of these companies, the work of government has to go on, whoever the minister is. So it had nothing to do with Minister Van Rooyen.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Then if we can turn, please, to page 391. Sorry, I think we've already done that. Yes, sorry, it's 413. Just a point of clarification. This is part of the submission that you made to the Minister, and you provide an income statement in 12.4. Now, what we'd just like clarification on, please, is whose income statement is that? Is that Denel's income statement? Is it VR Laser's, South Africa's? Is it a VR Laser Asia? Is it something for the reflecting an income statement on income and expenditure in the past or projected for the future? What is it?
Well, Chairperson, I think if you read this page, it starts by saying Denel Asia forecast capabilities and market interest are promising. The business opportunity in reduced risk via partnership constitute a logical next step by Denel for entry into a new market. See Appendix F, which sets out markets and opportunity. So when you read in terms of the notes, I'm speaking under correction.
Right.
It seems these were probably the projection of income that business was going to have.
Because normally an income statement is a statement reflecting income that you have received and expenditure that you've incurred for a particular period in the past. But this, you're explaining, is in fact what would be projected as the expected or likely income and expenditure of the Asian joint venture. Is that what you're saying?
Chairperson, I'm not emphatically saying so.
Okay.
As we speak, I'm trying to read what is here
That's fine.
To make what it is.
Fair enough. We just wanted clarification on that. And then on this submission that you made to the Minister, doesn't appear that there's any clear indication of the point at which VR Laser would make its investment or first injection of the operational costs money. Can you recall if that was in fact submitted?
With respect, Chairperson, the agreements between Denel and VR Asia were submitted to their respective authorities. And those agreements spell out how that investment will be made by VR and the obligation that Denel had towards that Denel Asia. So all of those documents were submitted.
Yes. The Commission, of course, has heard evidence in relation to other controversial transactions on which you, no doubt, have no personal knowledge. But, for example, the example that's been given to me relates to Estina, where assurances were given to the Minister there that there would be huge benefits to be derived, but ultimately, of course, the outcome may have been very different. Is that not something that is a matter of concern to you here, that assurances were given in very broad terms in this submission to the Minister, and ultimately you didn't persuade the Minister to approve the transaction based on those assurances?
Well, Chairperson, I think we are venturing into a very dangerous territory. What was said by other people about certain events has got nothing to do with the decisions we have made. We have made the decision based on thorough work that was done, and we were convinced that this was the best way to go, and we concluded on that. To ask me about Estina, I have no details of Estina.
No, I'm not asking you about the facts of Estina.
I don't know what was agreed with Estina. And Mr. Salim Issa, as far as I hear, is not part of the Estina matter. And Mr. Salim Issa was the only shareholder of VR Asia. So to ask me to say, look, certain promises were made in certain projects, in certain transactions, and was not made, I think I cannot deal with those matters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mantsha. I think you may have misunderstood my question, or perhaps I put it badly. But what I indicated was that you presumably couldn't deal with that. The reason why I raised it is simply that the Commission, in its wider scrutiny of various allegations, seems to us to have a concern, a possible concern, as to, would like to have satisfactory evidence as to assurances that were given to the ministers at the time in relation to projects on the basis that they looked incredibly promising, but ultimately they never materialized. Your evidence, as I understand it, is that when you gave projections, assurances, or projections or assurances to the minister in relation to the Asian venture, you believed that they were properly motivated and would have been vindicated in due course, would have been achieved later if the transactions had been approved and then implemented. Is that right?
Well, it's correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
I sit here, I'm talking to the Chairperson of the Commission. As I've indicated a number of times, the Chairperson is experienced in matters like this. The Chairperson will listen to the evidence and will follow that evidence. The mere fact that certain things were said by other people, I don't see it as a basis of making conclusion without looking at this specific evidence that I'm talking about. So I think that would be unfortunate.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what you say, but I think Mr. Kennedy may be saying what he says about Estina, knowing that you might not be able to comment, but simply because, for example, the Commission might be hearing evidence that suggests that certain persons seem to have featured in various transactions under different work streams. And sometimes it might appear as if a pattern can be seen to say, oh, this is what happened and this is how it happened there. Here, maybe it looks like there are similar features and you can see certain personalities that are common. But you yourself might be able to say, look, I don't know anything about that. We made our decision based on what was before us.
Indeed, Chairperson,
Yeah.
I made a point that Mr. Salim is, as far as I know, is not related to the Estina matter.
Yeah.
And this is the person we're dealing with here.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantsha, just a couple of further points in the papers. Can I ask you to turn please to page 443?
Indeed, Chairperson.
Now this, halfway down, is an email from Keromomang Mshlongu. I hope I've done some fair justice to the pronunciation of her first name. And that, according to her email address, shows that she's from, in fact, further down it says she's from the registry, she or he is from the registry for the Ministry of Public Enterprise. You see that?
Yes, I do. Are
It's
you on 44?
443, second half of the page.
443, yes, yes.
And it's an email sent by Mr. or Ms. Mshlongu on the 23rd of November, 2015. And it's addressed to yourself, is that right?
Correct.
In fact, at your attorney's firm email addresses, as well as an email address at Denel, and there are copies to Denel officials such as Mr. Nchepe. You see that?
Correct.
And what she says is, on behalf of Minister Lynn Brown, Minister of Public Enterprises, kindly find attached letter on the above-mentioned subject for your attention. And the subject we see in the heading, subject, PFMA Section 54.2, pre-notification on the proposed formation of Denel Asia. So that was the process that we were looking at a moment ago, not so.
Correct.
When you were making a submission, the Minister Brown then sent a letter back to you saying, I need the following information, etc.
Correct.
Right. Now, the question is this. Look, please, at the previous page 442. The very top email in this chain. You appear to have forwarded the Minister's correspondence with yourself, which was copied to various Denel officials. You appear to have forwarded a copy. You see the top email? It's from Dan, info at Lugisani, Mantsha, attorneys, etc. That's from yourself.
I see, Chairperson, yes.
And it appears from this that you forwarded the Minister's letter to you, which was a letter from the ministry responsible for Denel as a state-owned enterprise, concerning your application to the ministry for approval or authority or pre-notification as a preliminary step under Section 54.2 of the PFMA. You forwarded that to, again, the very same Mr. Ashu Chawla that we were discussing earlier. And of course, we've seen from the earlier evidence was part of the Gupta business enterprise. Can you explain why you forwarded a minister's official letter to you in your official capacity as chairperson of a state-owned enterprise, Denel, to a senior official of the Gupta business empire?
Well, Chairperson, this letter was forwarded as per the instruction of Mr. Issa, who at the point he was with this individual. So he asked us to forward to that address because he was at that address. And the reason why it was forwarded to Mr. Issa via Mr. Chwala's email address It was simply because this matter relates to the partnership that as Denel, we were making with him. There are direct questions from this letter from the minister, which require his input for us in order to satisfy the minister. He had interest in the matter. He was a partner in the matter, so he had every right to see what was happening and to assist in reply. So it was forwarded to that address as per his instruction for his attention.
But wasn't the Gupta business of involving particularly Mr. Essa, that wasn't part of the process to give pre-authorization notification to the minister under the PFMA. PFMA places the obligation on the state entity concerned, in this case Denel.
Well, if you look at the provision that we're talking about, when you enter into a partnership, you must request for a permission from the executive authority. And what is happening here? You have got Denel and you have got VR Asia entering into the partnership. So Denel had every right to know what the minister was saying, as much as the potential partner had every right to know what the minister was saying at the time, and to try to do everything possible to satisfy the minister's request.
If I can take you now finally to page 468, that's your letter to Minister Nene, then Minister of Finance, that we looked at earlier, correct? Recall we dealt with that earlier?
Yes.
And that was dated the 29th of October, 2015. That appears also to have been forwarded to Mr. Chaula, if one looks at the emails that you sent on page 466 and 467. Would your explanation be the same, that this was all part of correspondence that they should have been privy to?
Yes, Mr. Issa.
So you would deny any suggestion that this is an indication that Mr. Essa, part of the Gupta empire, was unusually involved and played a very active part in what should have been, in one perspective, a matter just between the state entity concerned and the department and the Minister of Public Enterprise?
No, it's not correct. This matter related to Mr. Issa Denel Asia. So he had every right to know about this matter.
Thank you. May I just have a moment? Thank you, Chair, and may I thank Mr. Mantsha for his giving evidence and also for his legal team for their role in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mantsha, for availing yourself, and to your attorney as well for being able to to come to be here until this time. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. I would have loved to probably do a re-examination on one or two issues, but I understand, Chairperson, that the people waiting outside. But I think I've made the point relating to those payments of the settlement, what was considered. I think it's up to the Chairperson.
Okay, no. If you would like that, I'm sure that wouldn't take long, and that we could arrange maybe for a very brief time. Do you have an idea how long you might need?
It was just specifically one issue when I said the potential. We were also trying to establish a potential litigation which we could have paid, which we could have paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
And what I raised later was, as explained in the board minutes of the 10th, was the so-called verbal undertaking by the minister to renew the contract.
Yes, Mr. Salucci is one.
So there were a lot of things that we have taken. Unfortunately, the other side of the record is not here, but let me take this opportunity, Chairperson, to thank you and thank Mr. Kennedy. You see, unfortunately, we could have said a lot. I mean, you know, and of course, to the esteemed board members that I served with, who have done extremely very well under difficult circumstances, and the executive. But I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, yes.
And thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes,
and,
but
and all the best.
Yes, what I want to do is, if you do feel that there are some matters you would have liked to clarify, I would like to make some time for you to get that opportunity. So I'm checking on maybe on another day, because my sense is that it wouldn't take long. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you,
Maybe an
Chairperson.
hour
I
or
will
something.
consult with the
consult
legal
with
team.
him. Okay,
And
cool.
if there's any need, Chairperson,
Yeah.
we will ask for your indulgence, but thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yeah, be in touch with the legal team. Obviously, there is not much time left, so you'd have to come back to them quite quickly. I have a sense that it wouldn't be a lot of time. Maybe we won't need more than an hour. Does that more or less?
Now, I think
You will consult.
I'm the creature of
Yeah. Okay,
an
all right.
advice from my legal team.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
so
You
they
will advise the legal team of the commission, indicate how much time you think might be needed, what issues, if necessary.
Yeah, they might well say, look, you don't need anything.
You might say you are fine. You know,
Yes.
I just don't want you to feel that in the rush to finish everything, something you wanted to clarify, you were not given a chance.
No,
to clarify.
Chairperson, I'm not thinking like that. Thank
Yes,
you very
okay,
much.
okay. No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Mantsha, and thank you to your attorney. You are now both excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy and
Thank you, Chair.
Ms.
That completes the evidence for today for the
today.
Denel stream. There is an
Yes.
indication that the Chair may want one further witness to be called in due
Yes,
course.
yes.
But subject to that, that is the evidence that the Denel team wishes
Denel
to
team,
to
yes.
lead before you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. And thank you very much to your team, the investigators as well, who have been involved in Denel. Thank you very much. But as you say, there is a possibility of another witness, but for now, this is the Denel evidence.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You will be excused. I will take a short adjournment to enable the next work stream to set up, and then we'll continue with the Eskom work stream.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We adjourn.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you. I think these are all your files.